City Manager.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor. So today we have a special guest with us, a FEMA representative, Mr. John Mills, and he's prepared to provide an update on the recovery efforts. And if you allow us, he is able to speak.
Absolutely. Can he, where is he? Oh, right here. Oh, there you are. And come up to the podium, please. Great, and thank you. Please introduce yourself, and thank you for coming here today.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you so much for the invitation, Mr. Mayor, and all the commissioners too. Really appreciate the invitation. I'll do my best to give you an update. First, my name is John Mills. I'm an external affairs officer on a team called a FEMA Incident Management Assistance Team based in the Midwest in FEMA Region 7. In this capacity, I'm deployed here to help with the disaster response and recovery in Broward County, specifically the flooding of April 12th, 13th, and 14th. And good afternoon. I can give you a quick update. Is that what you'd like? Okay, great. First of all, I just want to say, I watched all of this unfold like so many people did all across the country, and I was here during the preliminary damage assessments that the state requested. And so many people have had their lives turned upside down by this. The joint preliminary damage assessments that we did along with local officials and the state and FEMA officials over several days, as the state has announced, showed more than 1,000 homes with major damage and hundreds of others affected in some way. I've met a lot of the survivors, and right now FEMA is in the process of helping those survivors apply for disaster assistance and approving money to help with basic needs, mostly related to their primary housing needs. So right now, FEMA is processing applications for federal disaster assistance because of the major disaster declaration. FEMA can provide homeowners and renters with assistance. For homeowners, FEMA can provide money for basic home repairs to help make the home habitable, temporary rental assistance for people who need to relocate temporarily because of the damage to their primary residence, and also potentially money for other needs, such as replacing personal property that was destroyed in the flooding and the storms that affected Broward County in April, between the 12th and the 14th. FEMA assistance is for people who are directly affected by the disaster, and so renters may also apply as well. Renters may be able to receive money for temporary rental assistance if they need to relocate because of the severity of the damage, and they also can receive money potentially for other needs, such as replacing their personal property that was destroyed. So we would like to hear from people about their needs. We're already hearing from a lot of people, and money, I'm told, is already being approved and is expected to be distributed this week. And the way that FEMA works is once someone applies with FEMA, they may be contacted by a FEMA contract inspector who will come to their home to verify the damage that that household has reported. That information is sent electronically back to FEMA, and then the money, most people choose to receive it by direct deposit right into their bank account. It is still possible to request a check in the mail, but it is faster to request the direct deposit. How much money someone receives, how much money a household receives, is protected by the Federal Privacy Act. So the only way that a neighbor will know how much money their neighbor received is if they tell them themselves. FEMA will not release that information to the general public. By law, FEMA is not allowed to duplicate insurance payments. So FEMA is not allowed to pay for something that insurance is already paying for. We will help people whether they have insurance or not, but the eligibility will be determined based on the specific needs, including the insurance that that household may have. As I said, this is for people whose primary residence has been affected. There may also be some help for transportation. FEMA does not provide money to businesses, and FEMA does not provide money for secondary residences that have been affected by the disaster. But I've met a lot of people whose primary residence is absolutely affected. I've met people who have flood insurance, and I've met people who don't. We've been in communities like Edgewood and Melrose Park and other communities with our disaster survivor assistance crews going door to door. We've been doing that in coordination with emergency management, along with the data gathered during the preliminary damage assessments that we conducted with the state and local officials. You'll also see some FEMA contract damage inspectors in the neighborhoods. The important thing to remember about this is everyone carries official ID. You can ask to see it. The crews helping people apply for assistance as they go door to door, those are those disaster survivor assistance crews, their help is free. The damage inspections that FEMA contract inspectors are doing, those inspections are also free. So no one with FEMA or representing FEMA will ask anyone for money. If someone does, that's a red flag. If you're concerned about someone in your neighborhood, contact your local law enforcement. And our folks will be happy to show you their badge and their ID if necessary. I think that concludes kind of some opening comments. If I missed anything big, let me know, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, I just want to clarify a couple things. First of all, thank you again for being here this afternoon. Now, FEMA is not like an insurance company, meaning that if you have $50,000 worth of loss in your home, FEMA is more inclined to give you just enough money to get yourself back on your feet, but not to cover 100% of the total damage. Is that a correct understanding?
Mr. Mayor, I think that's a good assessment. So with respect to what you're getting at is what's known as FEMA's Individual Assistance Program.
Right.
So after the damage assessments, the state asked for the major disaster declaration, and President Biden signed that major disaster declaration designating Broward County for FEMA individual assistance. FEMA is working to jumpstart recovery for survivors. That means providing a hand up to help people get back on their feet, because as we know, many people after a disaster in their day-to-day lives may have trouble just with a sudden event that comes up. So for some people, FEMA may be able to provide a few $100s or perhaps a few $1,000s to help people get back on their feet. And that's why we work with each household on a case-by-case basis, depending on their family's specific needs, different household sizes and so forth. Separately, FEMA also runs the National Flood Insurance Program. So fortunately, a lot of people in Broward County have flood insurance. You file your claim with your insurance provider. The money is provided by FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program for most of the policies in this area. So that's another component of the funding that's going out here in Broward County now.
So if someone is not insured, either through, if they're a renter, they don't have renter's insurance or homeowner's policy, or has flood insurance, and let's say FEMA does provide a certain amount of funding to help these folks get back on their feet. If that individual or family were to receive funding from a third party, say through a government or whatever, would that impact the amount of money that FEMA had given them? Would FEMA look to claw it back, or can a third party entity still provide augmented funding to help these folks get back on their feet?
I think FEMA would want to look at some more specifics about that, but just broadly, by law, FEMA is not allowed to pay for what is covered by insurance or what is covered by other organizations and groups. So for example, there's amazing work going on right now with charitable, nonprofit, and faith-based organizations in Fort Lauderdale, in Broward County. I visited with Samaritan's Purse in the last few days, and they're actively doing repairs and helping people recover. So if that meets the need of the disaster survivor, they may not have a need for money to complete that exact work. And so I don't want to give you a complete blanket answer there for that, but FEMA is mindful of following the law with respect to duplication of benefits.
Right. So an insurance policy, if someone has flood insurance and they're covered for their loss, obviously FEMA is not going to come in and give any money for that because they're already covered. If a person has renter's insurance or some kind of homeowner's policy, I understand some people suffer damage because of leaky roofs, and at that point, they may be able to take advantage of their homeowner's policy if they did not have flood insurance. So those are third-party opportunities where an individual can be assisted financially. But if someone has none of that, and FEMA comes in and says, okay, just to get you started, I'll pay for 3 weeks that you spent in a hotel. I'll pay for, you know, all the water to be drained from your home, and I'll pay for the mold mitigation in your home. That comes to about, let's say, $8,000. And let's say they lost all their furniture, they lost food and all that FEMA doesn't really cover, because that's not what you said they cover. If a third party contributed to that, would that in any way compromise the amount that FEMA would have given them?
So some of the things about that. So, and I'll try to go through it from the beginning of your question, but I'm not going to be perfect at it. But so with respect to flood insurance, in general, flood insurance policies do not cover a need to relocate. So if someone has flood insurance and they will relocate temporarily because they have that need, you may be able to get FEMA individual assistance money paid to you for a couple of months. You may also be able to get some lodging reimbursement money because that's not covered by your flood insurance policy. Same is true if you don't have insurance. If you have a need to relocate because of damage, you just can't live in your home, it's a dangerous situation, be specific about your needs and let FEMA know that. I can't really get into a lot of the specifics of what you just talked about, but you did mention furniture. So that would be part of the individual assistance program. That would be, when I said other needs not covered by insurance, so other needs such as replacing personal property, could be some essential furniture that you would have in your home. So there can be a wide variety of assistance there. And then in addition to that, depending on the household income, you may be referred for the need to replace personal property to the U.S. Small Business Administration, even if you are a homeowner and renter. In a disaster such as this one, FEMA does make referrals to the Small Business Administration, or SBA. FEMA provides money directly to survivors that does not have to be repaid. SBA makes disaster loans to businesses, and in a disaster, homeowners and renters as well. So you may be referred there. If a lot of people may not be able to afford an SBA loan, and then once they're not, it's clear they're not able to do that, they go through the process, they're referred back to FEMA for consideration for more assistance for that personal property replacement.
Okay, all right, very good.
Can I ask a theme?
I'm sorry?
Oh, can I ask
Well,
a
I was
co-
going to start with Mr. Herbst. Mr. Herbst, did you have any questions of Mr. Mills?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, Vice Mayor.
Good afternoon. 2 questions. What areas, if you could identify where FEMA is actually going out, speaking with those victims that have been affected? If you could tell me those areas.
Yeah, so yesterday we went to 2 neighborhoods at the very start of the day. So Edgewood and Melrose Park. The area specifically in Edgewood was right along 30th Street. When we did the preliminary damage assessments, we were along 15th Avenue and kind of fanned out from there, so they're now going door to door. In Melrose Park, I think of Wyoming Avenue as a starting place there, because when we were on the damage assessments, I met personally someone who had some flood damage who had very limited English proficiency and speaks Creole.
Yes.
And so I reported that up to our folks during those damage assessments. So when we brought out the disaster survivor assistance crew yesterday, we ensured that we had a fluent Creole speaker, and they stopped at that home first on Wyoming Avenue and helped somebody apply for assistance there. So that's what we're trying to do when we say we're meeting survivors where they are and speaking the languages they speak. So right now we're doing that work in English, Spanish, and Creole in affected neighborhoods. If any other languages are identified, you can make that known to us, and we will address those needs as they come up. We're also doing translations of all of our news releases and fact sheets. So we're providing those in English, Spanish, and Creole through Ashley, and she can share that with all of you, and you can distribute those to whomever you would like who may have a need for whatever the language might be.
Okay. My second question, Melrose Park, is there, from Melrose, are you going to Melrose Manor? 'Cause there's 2 different neighborhoods that's in that immediate area. And then also, there's other pockets within District 3 specifically that needs the same type of assessment.
So we're working in coordination with local emergency management, and I can tell you that today, the county emergency management director and the City of Fort Lauderdale emergency management director met with our operations division supervisor who's assigned to this area to have those types of discussions. So right now we have disaster survivor assistance crews going door to door, and I want to stress this, and if you could help, all of you could help share the message to people who are directly affected. You don't need to meet with FEMA in person to get assistance. So I would encourage people to call FEMA directly at 800-621-FEMA. That's 800-621-3362, or visit online disasterassistance.gov. A lot of people like to talk to a real person, so that's why I recommend the phone number. So what I would also do is make sure that your local emergency manager is aware to make sure that that information is made available also to the Broward County Emergency Management Director, so that all of that can be noted and that we make sure to go to those areas where you think there's a need.
And one last question. Yes,
You
that's
didn't
Dorsey
mention
River
Dorsey.
Bend.
Yeah.
Also,
And-
the Rock Island area, Dillard Park, we had pockets throughout the
Right.
district that was,
And that's-
affected by the flooding. Is
And that's
there-
correct. Dorsey Riverbend actually has been mentioned in our meeting with the county.
Okay, great. Do you have a estimated timeline of how much longer you will be in the area? What is your projection of how many doors you're going to try to knock on to get this information out as well?
I don't have an exact timeline on that. We do have two teams with a couple of team leaders who are very well qualified. I met with them all yesterday. So I don't know the answer to that, certainly through the end of the week, and I would guess beyond that, based on the needs in those communities. So if you could help spread the word to help people at least get in the system, because mostly what these crews do is help people apply for assistance. They have an iPad with them. They could send the information electronically back to FEMA. They can also look you up if you've already applied and just give you a quick status update. But that's really mostly the limit of their activity.
Okay. And just to let you know, we are getting that information out. We are also on the ground, knocking on doors, giving the phone number out, and asking people to make that contact with FEMA. That way, it's already in the system, and it makes everyone's job a little more easier. So we, as a district, we're working on that as well.
That's great, because it's really, if you think of it as FEMA is just part of a very large team. The disaster began at the local level, and it's so important to keep those connections going. And so what I would also encourage is you have some really great local information on your own website about recovery resources. So keep amplifying and spreading the word about all those available local resources as well, because charities, nonprofits, and faith-based organizations are going to make a big difference in people's lives, especially those really with the greatest needs who need the most help.
I'm sorry, Mayor, one other question. It keeps coming, sorry. Flood zone areas being identified as flood zones. In our district, we have, again, those pocket areas that are very familiar with flooding, and they're not listed as flood zone areas. Is that something that, someone said to me that FEMA is part of that process that identifies flood areas. Is that correct? And then how we could verify or get those areas identified as flood zone areas?
So one, and I'll get to but I would just say broadly,
Okay,
you don't need really to look at a map to know if you need flood insurance. If you live in Broward County, you need flood insurance. That's really the bottom line.
I agree with that.
If you look at your address and it says Florida in it, you need flood insurance, especially in South Florida. I mean, when you look in the last 7 hurricane seasons, Florida has received 8 major disaster declarations for hurricanes. And then you can have these significant weather events too that can be, unfortunately, a real wake-up call. In terms of the mapping, we work in support of the state, and so FEMA does work with the state to update flood maps, and then, as you know, those maps are adopted by local jurisdictions. Some people may want to be officially in the map, some in the flood zone, the high-risk flood zone, or not. It can vary for a variety of reasons, but it's important to remember this. In Broward County, in Fort Lauderdale, you either live in a high-risk flood zone or you live near one. It might be across the street. It might be just down the street. And anytime you get 26 inches of rain in 2 days, it's going to flood in your area, even if it's just a 1 in 1,000 chance or whatever the officials who track those kind of things say. So if people want to be included in that, I would work through your emergency management, and generally that's county emergency management going to the state with the requests from local governments.
Thank you for that clarity. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Mills, first, please know how much your presence here today is appreciated by the community and your entire FEMA team all these days and weeks and still to come. So thank you. Thank you so much for what you're doing to help our community. I had a question that's a little bit different. One of the neighborhoods that I represent in District 2 is the only historic district, the only historically designated residential district in the city of Fort Lauderdale. It's called Sailboat Bend. And there were flooding issues there because of the storm. My question to you is this. The restoration of historic properties is always such a higher amount in terms of money that is needed to restore these oftentimes 75, 100-year-old properties. And everyone knows that to own a historic property is generally costlier in terms of those kinds of repairs than a modern-day structure. Does FEMA work with other federal agencies? I'm thinking maybe even Secretary of Interior, other agencies that deal with historic preservation. Is there any of that kind of coordination, or is there anything that you can advise us in Fort Lauderdale to perhaps gain the kind of assistance that a historically designated neighborhood such as Sailboat Bend could take advantage of?
That's way outside of my area of expertise, but I will give you some basic information as best I know it. People who are in an historic home and they have damage, they're directly affected by the flooding of April 12th through the 14th, can apply for FEMA individual assistance, the same as everyone else, and FEMA will work with those households on a case-by-case basis. I would encourage everyone to save receipts if you stayed in a hotel, if you have expenses directly related to the disaster, contractor estimates, other kinds of documentation to illustrate how the disaster affected you and your family, and what your needs are for recovery, whether you have insurance or not. So if you have it, be sure to have that insurance documentation. FEMA will ask for it. I would also suggest there may be some locally available resources with respect to properties that are officially designated as historic. A lot of resources in South Florida. I would check locally first, and also in the state. FEMA does coordinate with other federal agencies as well, and that's something we would be expecting to look at for this disaster based on the needs identified by the communities and reported by local emergency management to the state.
Thank you for that. So, City Manager, if I could request that staff do whatever is necessary to pursue what Mr. Mills just told us, also perhaps reaching out to the National Trust for Historic Preservation to see if there are any grant programs or assistance programs, as well as also looking to the state of Florida's Division of Historical Resources to see if there's anything that we can gain there in terms of assistance, because it's a unique situation, and it might require a little bit of thinking outside the box in terms of what folks in a historic district are suffering, not to minimize anyone else's suffering, but there are just some other considerations that we might want to research and see what we can find out. Thank you.
Will do.
Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Sturman.
I usually don't have a lot to say, but when it comes to this, I do have quite a bit. Dr. Sturman, thank you so much for being here. I'm the Commissioner for District 4, the area that's hit hardest. It includes Edgewood, River Oaks, some of the areas of people that have been devastated. A couple little things I just want to say in a couple of invitations. My office is here. You're here to help us. My office is here to help you. We have communication into the district in the hardest hit areas. We've been speaking with them on a daily basis. We go by texting, we have an email blast, we have a daily Zoom into them. There's neighborhood meetings, so as far as communication goes, we're at your disposal for that. Number two, on the commission, each one of us has our strengths and weaknesses, and so be it. I happen to have a lot of training with disaster response with the CERT team, MRC and whatnot, and because of that, the city manager has designated my office to be the lead for all volunteer efforts. As such, we meet on a daily basis, a Zoom. Our office is set up with the Red Cross, Salvation Army, United Way, the Samaritan Purse. They're on every, and I'd like to invite you to those meetings on a daily basis so we could coordinate our effort.
Hold a second. Commissioner, I don't think your office was the clearinghouse for volunteer efforts.
No, United Way is the clearinghouse for volunteers.
Right, but you said for people to call your office in order to coordinate volunteer efforts. That isn't.
And you said that the city manager designated your office as the clearinghouse.
Me personally.
Okay.
I personally am head of the Medical Reserve Corps, and as a volunteer, I've worked with the United Way for many years. United Way was the lead organization for all volunteers during COVID. When Ian hit, the MRC was the lead with the Red Cross with shelters. We worked with the EOC on the county basis. So because of that, when this hit, we didn't invent the wheel. We just used the Medical Reserve Corps and our organization as the lead, and through us, we have a meeting every day on a regular basis with United Way, with Samaritan Purse, with Red Cross, Salvation Army, and the thing is, I'd love to invite you there so we could coordinate the effort so there's no duplication. And a couple other little tidbits. This Wednesday, tomorrow evening, Edgewood has their neighborhood association meeting, and any information that you'd like me to disseminate, we'd like to do that. This Saturday, we're planning to going into the community. Whatever we do, I'd like to coordinate it with what you do. You're like the one piece that we're waiting, any information or anything that we could do to help you. Things such as getting translators when we go door to door. That's one of the things that we're working on right now. I mean, whatever you need, please.
Commissioner, have any specific questions for him as opposed to reciting all the work you have been doing, which is great, but this gentleman needs to leave and start his work. Are there any specific questions you have for him?
No, I'd like you to join us. That's a big thing.
Okay.
So I'll get your contact information. We can even from Ashley, and FEMA does have someone known as a voluntary agency liaison. I would also suggest, if that's a request, to work through your local emergency management, because the state also has such a representative, and there may be someone like that who would want to join it. When I was in Edgewood yesterday with our disaster survivor assistance crew, we happened to meet a couple of representatives of the neighborhood board, and I think that meeting was even mentioned, and so we did provide some disaster assistance, how to apply with FEMA flyers to them, and you should be receiving our communications via Ashley here in the city, and you're welcome to share those with as many people as possible. It's really awesome when we can provide information and then trusted sources in the local community are helping to amplify and spread that information as the leaders. So it's not someone they don't know coming in. But I can get your contact information and pass that along through our operations section, which includes the folks such as voluntary agency liaisons.
And I do have one other question. This is an actual question. I heard that there was going to be a trailer down here, and then I heard that you're going to actually open an office, a physical office down here. What is your plans as far as your presence in our community?
So this morning, I mentioned the meeting between our operations division supervisor and emergency management directors for City of Fort Lauderdale and Broward County. So that's one of the items that was being discussed. First, is there a need to have a location where survivors can go to sit down with FEMA, SBA, to talk about disaster assistance for people directly affected by the flood and storms? Right now, I would say they are in discussions about that and where the location might be. So there's no timeline on that and nothing to announce at this time, but it is something that they want to do in addition to those DSA teams that are going door to door, because a lot of people want to sit down with someone in person. What we try to do is place the location near a public transportation route, close to the affected areas, so that we can provide equitable access to our disaster assistance programs as best we can. There are also some discussions about having a communications vehicle that we use that is a little bit more mobile, where we could set up temporarily in a location and then move to a different location. But again, nothing formally to announce about that, but just know that your local emergency management director and the counties are talking directly to FEMA, and we're coordinating with the state on those issues right now.
I actually have an update on that. So the update is that, just as Mr. Mills has informed us, the staff has been working with the county, and Shirley Smalls will be one of those locations. And additionally, they have identified the park and ride on Broward Boulevard as another location as well. I have asked staff to look at something close to Edgewood and make sure that we have that accessibility for Edgewood residents. We're certainly going to work on some memorandum of agreements for site use, and looking forward to having those activated within the next 3 to 5 days.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here.
Commissioner Sturman, do you have a phone number for the United Way where volunteers could contact us?
Funny you should ask.
Yeah, I thought you would.
As a matter of fact, I have something printed, and I'll show it to you. But to volunteer for the United Way, the city and the United Way have been working together. You could go to fortlauderdale.gov/flood volunteer. That'll a landing page that goes directly to United Way. It doesn't go, goes from the state and comes back, and it comes locally here. So fortlauderdale.gov.
Is it Fort Lauderdale or Lauderdale?
fortlauderdale.gov
Okay.
/flood volunteer, and that brings you to a landing page, local United Way, and they'll get into a database here, and they'll be plugged in. And donation is listed over here. Salvation Army is handling all donations.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I have no further questions. Mr. Mills, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your good work. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks for the invitation.
Okay, just so that folks know, in terms of the neighborhood presentations, Mr. Antoine has canceled, and so has Mr. Harrigan, or Reverend Harrigan. Perhaps we can go right back to communications. We have, just give me a second here. So we have a communication from the Board of Adjustment.
Mayor, there still was one other presentation from Dennis Ulmer, I believe.
Yeah, no, but we will get to the presentations in a moment, but communications came first on the agenda.
Okay.
But if anyone was here in attendance anticipating Mr. Antoine or or Reverend Harrigan to speak, I just wanted people to know that they're not going to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a communications from the Board of Adjustment, and is there anyone from staff who can explain to us exactly what they're looking for here?
Sure, for the Board of Adjustments, and Chris Cooper is coming in, and one of those requests is that the seating for the members, they wanted to sit on the dais.
Yeah, I saw that, but I'm not, is that really, it's a moot issue right now, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And Chris Cooper's coming to talk on that.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. So the two communications, one was, as the manager said, to have the entire board at the dais, again, probably not relevant at this point. And the other is encouragement from the board to, if you have a vacancy on that board, to try to make an appointment to fill those vacancies. There's a higher threshold for that board. It's the supermajority vote to approve a variance. So quorum and membership is very important, and we've had to cancel and reschedule some meetings because of a lack of quorum.
Let's take a look at this. Mr. Kent has been present 3 times and has been absent 3 times. Mr. Mead has been present 6 times and absent 4 times. I don't know whose appointments those are, but we should contact our representatives on the board and see if, there's a problem and they're attending these meetings. Thank you, Chris. The other communication we had was the Marine Advisory Board. The Marine Advisory Board is requesting from the City Commission that they want a suspension of issuing any waivers for extensions of moorings or docks. I'm not sure. Who's from the city?
Mr. Cuba is here to
Is
talk
Mr.
about
Cuba
that.
here? Oh, there you are. The chair is here too. Wait a minute, hold on.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much for giving us a quick minute of your time here. What we have requested, and I'll just take a moment if I can to kind of read it, and then I'll explain what we're looking for. In light of several past, current, and potential waiver requests for mooring piles extending beyond code distance to allow for perpendicular docking of vessels into the New River, which have the potential to impede navigational safety of vessels transiting New River, the Marine Advisory Board respectfully requests that the Commission issue a suspension of issuing waivers on the New River corridor until the Commission can add the issue to their conference agenda and/or hold a conference. The goal is to discuss the issue and find a balance that thoughtfully allows property owners maximized use of their property while taking into consideration the specific and varied conditions on the New River and facilitating safe navigation to the commercial businesses further west on the river. What we are asking you folks to do, and we've spent a lot of time as a board reviewing this, is we're asking for just a pause. Our mantra is take a deep breath. Let's take a pause so we have time for thoughtful conversation and strategic planning, because what's going to happen here is we are going to choke off the New River and limit access. And frankly, we're trying, as a board, we're trying to make sure that we have preserved the health and access of the New River for our kids and grandkids. And what's happened is the New River hasn't shrunk, but the boats have gotten larger. So we can go on with this as a Marine board. We are taking very proactive steps. The mayor was kind enough to visit us. Steve Glassman is hopefully visiting us, and we'd love to have the rest of you because this is a team effort. Excuse me. One of the issues that's important to us is that this is not NIMBYism. The fact that changes were made, some of those changes were incorrect, and we're really trying to make sure large vessels can get up the river. We have, with the courtesy of the board, a quick video we'd like to present, and if we could do that, the old story of one picture is worth 1,000 words would be wonderful, please.
Do we have the capacity to show that video?
It's up.
Yes.
It's already up there? Okay.
So this is roughly a 50-meter vessel that is, and you may be familiar with the riverfront that's passing. This is a typical 50-meter vessel, one of probably a dozen or so that transit the river every day. And our concern, as you see here, is boats need to lay over. There's only one boat accessing this right now, and there's only one boat that's going to get under the bridge. By continuing to allow the waivers and perpendicular slips to further impede into the river, we are choking this off, and we're going to prevent these boats from getting up there. There's also, as you are all aware of, a mandate that we have to raise seawalls, and we are also going to preclude barges from getting up and down the river to be able to maintain the seawalls throughout our town, not just the New River. It's obvious how tight this is. Another boat cannot pass by. This is roughly a 50-meter vessel where we have boats that are roughly twice as large that often go up. This was a video that was provided to us by Jimmy Steele at Steele Towing. You can see the tug in the back is pulling as hard as it possibly can to maintain steerage. So typically, again, when two boats are transiting north and south, you've got a boat that needs to lay over on one side, and by, again, allowing the perpendicular boat slips to impede the river, we're going to preclude this from happening. You can see the very small vessel on the left side of that boat. If there was a slip there, obviously that boat could not get down there. And by right, by the way, there are many areas where folks are allowed. This is about as tight as it gets. And there are many areas where folks are allowed by right to build their docks. And if they do so, there will be no access up the New River. So we are simply asking again for time to take a hard look at this and figure out if we can come up with a program that works best for the town, the public, and our kids over the generations. We are meeting with an admiral from the Coast Guard at our next meeting. As I've mentioned, we would really appreciate anybody's participation to join us. This is a big picture again, and it's not just the New River, but that is our focus. And the focus is not just access. It's the cleanliness of the waterfront. It's the joy of families being able to use the waterways for boating, etc. And by the way, there's not many of us that will go up the river on our own personal boats right now because of the concern about transiting up and down. You can see how close the steel tug is here. We have many issues where they have, the boats, tugs have actually kissed the boats that they are going down, and numerous insurance claims and lawsuits, etc. Thank you very much for allowing them to do that. So,
right.
Again,
Before you leave.
I wasn't finished. But
Oh,
go ahead.
good. Go ahead.
All I was going to say is thank you very much again. We're simply asking for what we think is a reasonable period of time. We would love to conclude this quickly, but as we've seen as a result of the recent storm, etc., we need some time to hopefully propose some real, sound thoughts to the board and allow the commission to review this. So we believe a one-year moratorium on waivers, and this is strictly waivers. If by right you're allowed to build, we're not precluding that by any means. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitten. So let me ask you a question. You asked that the City Commission consider a policy going forward with regard to the granting of waivers and the standards by which we would follow in order to determine that. Now, obviously, once upon a time, a previous commission made that same determination, and they came up with a standard, which, as you know, is 30% of the width or 25 feet, whichever is less. I guess you're asking us to reconsider that standard, number one, and number two, you're also asking staff to put a moratorium on dock waivers, because a lot of those dock waivers don't ever come to the City Commission. It was talked particularly about Little Florida, right? That's the big issue here that's driving this. So as many of you just saw the video, that last segment of the video, you saw that big boat trying to snake around that point in a very precarious manner. That's called Little Florida. And Little Florida was just given a permit to extend a dock 25 feet out. I don't know which is going to be impacted worse. I don't think that dock is going to last long, because it's not going to survive. That turning radius is just much too narrow for anybody to really try to negotiate. So But you also mentioned that there are property rights, and people do have property rights, and people have riparian rights, and the city has always respected those riparian rights. And so perhaps we can have a joint meeting with the Marine Advisory Board to discuss these issues before we consider any type of moratorium, because I think that the history of the Marine Advisory Board has always been to pretty much rubber stamp any request to give a dock waiver. It's always been my experience being on this commission for over a dozen years. So if the philosophy is changing because conditions are changing, more boats are being purchased and docked, and they're getting bigger and bigger. I mean, that boat you showed us, the 50-meter boat, that would be a rarity 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Now they're commonplace. So we want to do whatever we can to encourage and support the marine industries. We know that's very, very important to our economy. So maybe going forward, we should ask the city manager to bring together the commission and the Marine Advisory Board for a future meeting. Thank you.
So I do believe Commissioner Glassman had made a request for a meeting. The sunshine laws obviously are something that always affect us because we're trying to get a message out, being sensitive to that. We'd love to have all you guys come to our meetings. We'd love to get our boat with you all and point out what the issues are here again. This is a volunteer board.
Right.
So we take this all very seriously. And let me touch one point. And I know you didn't mean it in a necessarily a negative way. You used the term rubber stamp. We were accused of rubber stamping. I've been on the board for some years, and we were accused of rubber stamping waivers previously. And the problem was, first of all, there were different boards. But I will also tell you that what comes to you are not necessarily the waivers that we turn down. What comes to you are the waivers that we have approved, if it's my understanding. So there are numerous waivers that I believe we turned down.
They come both ways.
If that's the case, then I feel that we're not doing our job correctly or the message is not being conveyed properly, because we have a terrific group of people, some who have been with us for a while and a lot of fresh blood, and there's nobody that rubber stamps anything. So thank you for that comment, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to that.
Okay, so why don't we look forward to a joint meeting between the Marine Advisory Board and the City Commission, and we can talk about that policy, all right?
And City Manager, if we could do that sooner than later, and first of all, Steve, thank you for your chairmanship, and before that being vice chair and all your service on this board. But you are correct, I have been requesting a joint meeting with the City Manager. Can we do that second meeting in June, or?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
Okay, great.
Second meeting in June.
Yes, sooner than later, that's great.
May I ask if there's anything else that we can do to help educate some of the members of the commission perhaps that don't have the same experience? Do you mind if we send up some of our thoughts, et cetera? Because it's a lot of time and thought that's going into this, and if it's okay and we're not violating sunshine, we'd love to share some of our thoughts with you as well.
You're welcome to email any information or thoughts to any member of this commission, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you all.
Mr. Ulmer, are you here in the audience? There you are. Good afternoon, Dennis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Dennis Ulmer, and I'm speaking to you today about Memorial Day. Originally called Decoration Day, a day that the graves of Union soldiers would be decorated with flowers, this remembrance eventually became the Memorial Day holiday, a day where we remember and honor all of our heroes who died fighting fighting for our freedom in all wars. A Gold Star family is a family who has lost a loved one while serving in the military branch of our armed forces. In 2007, I made my first trip to Washington, D.C. to meet Gold Star family members from throughout the United States. We visited Arlington National Cemetery, where many of their family members who gave us that last full measure of devotion and served in Iraq or Afghanistan have been laid to rest in Section 60. It was profoundly sad. I wondered what I should say. I quickly learned that what gives the families comfort is to listen to them talk about their loved one. The families are so appreciative of any kindness that is shown to them. It's important to remember that Memorial Day is not Veterans Day. It's also not a happy day. Memorial Day is the day we remember and honor those who gave their all in defending the freedom that we sometimes take for granted. As we honor our fallen soldiers on Memorial Day, may we also think of those Gold Star families. Many that I have met have become my friends, and I follow them on Facebook. Now, after all these years since we first were together, their children are now young adults. They have persevered and met the challenges of life. They have honored the memory of their loved one and carried on, doing exactly what their hero would want. In his Gettysburg Address, President Lincoln said that these dead shall not have died in vain. Memorial is the day we see that is. It is up to us to remember them and honor them for their sacrifice. Those men and women who fought and died for our freedom are our forever American heroes. To our Gold Star families, we honor them with our love and admiration. For them, Memorial Day is every day. There will be 2 ceremonies in Fort Lauderdale to honor our heroes on Memorial Day, May 29th, one at Lauderdale Memorial Park and the other at the Sandy Ninja statue at the Riverwalk. The details are on the city website. I hope that our citizens will attend. May our heroes who died to keep us free rest in eternal peace. May God bless our Gold Star families, and may God grant us to forever be the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Moving on to CF1, emergency purchase. Any questions with regard to this?
I do, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, City Manager, in reading through all of this, I just have a question about that. I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. What exactly is our schedule in terms of preventive maintenance, and would preventive maintenance usually handle a situation like this so we would not be forced into a $700,000 plus emergency purchase? I'm just trying to get an idea of why this is happening and if we should be on top of this a little bit more over time with regards to preventive maintenance.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Public Works staff to assist with answering that question about preventive maintenance. Abby, if you may, or Director Dodd.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioner. My name is Talal Abi Kuram, Assistant Public Works Director for Utility. So this line is a sludge line. I take the sludge out of the 5-ash water treatment plant, send it to the well field. Up till 2014, the line was operating properly. We typically monitor the pressure and the flow that goes through that line. In 2014, we had a blockage, and we mitigated that blockage at the 5-ash as it leaves the plant by inserting a 2-inch line and pressurize and jetting that line. We also, because of the age of the pipe, we estimate the pipe date back to 1984. We placed a $4.9 million in the CIP program around 2019 in the reduced package for the 5-ash reliability upgrade as one of the sub-project in there. So moving on to recently, last year around December 20th, we noticed that there is more of a severe blockage on that, and that's when we had the emergency to declare to go in and mitigate the situation immediately. This is a very critical line. If that line is blocked, the only way I gotta move sludge as a byproduct from the plant is either truck it, and that can be an expensive operation. We had contractors coming in, 2 contractors, one who did doing the transporting of the sludge, the other one came in and inserted about 29 insertion port where we went in through the distance of the line. It's about a 3.5 mile, 30 injection port. We flushed that by injecting water and cleared that line. Right now, the flow in the pipeline is back to normal and we are back into normal operation at the plant.
Thank you, and I understand that, but my question is, so between 2014 and now, again, I'm not a sludge expert, but that's a long period of time. What do we do in between 2014 and 2023 to, make sure that we're not going to face that kind of a situation where we have to spend that,
So this-
700,000 emergency, or is it just inevitable that these things happen?
That's a good question. So this pipe is like any other sewer pipe like we have in the cities. Typically, what we do is we monitor the pressure and the flow. If there is any indication that there is a blockage, then we address it. Otherwise, we assume that the pipe is operating normally if it's conveying the volume that typically it conveys. When we uncovered the pipe, when we went in and inserted 29 ports, the condition of the pipe was pretty good, except the sludge inside the pipe is what coagulated and hardened to provide the blockage. So structurally, the pipe the structural integrity of the pipe was intact, unlike the sewer pipe that we had during the 2019 break in Victoria Park, George English, and Rio Vista. This is not the case here. It's just the inside the pipe was the blockage.
So is there anything we should be doing differently going forward, or is this just going to be business as usual? And
Right now, because we have these mechanisms, the 29 and certain point, we're going to be going on a periodic basis, perhaps every 6 months. And if we notice a blockage in the flow and the pressure, we'll go in there and rejet it and re-clean it on a regular maintenance, and that would be a normal part of maintenance program on that pipe.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think that's going to be really important for us going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. How often would that maintenance be? You indicated it would be on a regular schedule for maintenance?
We're looking at doing it every 6 months or
Every
so.
6 months.
Again, we will be monitoring the pressure at the plant, and if we see an increased pressure and a reduced volume, we'll go in there and start this operation. Essentially, it's moving systematically from the plant, from one injection port to another, to another, to another. We typically clear about 400 linear feet at a time, and we use a fire truck to boost the pressure up to 200 PSI to move all that gunk in the pipe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So do we need a vote on this? What are we doing? Mr. Spence, do we have to vote on this?
No, it's just notification. I'm sorry.
Or Mr. City Manager? What, is this
No,
just
sir,
to-
it's just notification to the city commission.
Just a notification to the City Commission? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to business one. We heard from Mr. Mills from FEMA with regard to the flash flood update, but I believe our city staff has additional information. And Mr. Dodd and Dr. Gassman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, so Director Dodd and Dr. Gassman are going to provide specifics on what took place day by day, and so that everyone can understand what we experienced and how Public Works assisted with the recovery.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. And I have a presentation here. I'm not sure if someone can bring it up. We went through basically these slides yesterday with the Infrastructure Task Force. It took about an hour and a half. I'm going to attempt to get through it in about 20 minutes. So I will not be covering everything on the slides, but I will try and hit some of the high points. There's a lot of information here, but the last 2 weeks, there was a lot of things that did occur. So please let me start here. First thing is the general agenda that we'll follow. And what we're going to try to do is go on a day-by-day summary of the activities that we did as far as in the public works side, dealing with the stormwater infrastructure primarily, but also with water, wastewater, and roads. We'll then talk about our stormwater master plan, which is our long-term solution to deal with flooding and stormwater issues. Talk a little debris removal and lessons learned. Okay, so you're probably very familiar with the timeline of what happened. I'd like to point out the picture in the center of the slide. This was the National Weather Service projection for rainfall on the 12th. And it was published somewhere around 2:30 in the morning, but it was still the current picture as of 2 o'clock that afternoon, which showed we were going to get about 3 to 4 inches of rain. That's what we were expecting to happen, which is really a typical heavy rainstorm for...
What did you do in the meantime?
Well, we did, at that time, we had 2 trucks in Melrose Manors that were starting to do pumping, as we normally do on heavy rainstorms. We were just planning on treating this like a normal, extremely heavy rain event that we have here. Nothing like what we saw. Right. Later in that afternoon, by 4:30, we realized that this was definitely something more than just a typical heavy rainstorm event. The Kinney Tunnel was closed quickly. By 5:30, we were recording in our monitoring systems more than 10 inches of rain in Crescent Park, more than 11 inches of rain going very soon after that. At 9 o'clock is when we activated the EOC, and Public Works had a presence from that point forward, and the emergency proclamation, as you know, Mayor, was declared at 11:57 that evening. And this is what we ended up seeing the next day, according to the TV stations and everybody who was monitoring it, more than 25 inches of rain, primarily in the southern half of the city of Fort Lauderdale. So as we look at the neighborhoods that were impacted, just about every single neighborhood in the city was impacted in some way. By 7 o'clock in the morning, we had our stormwater crews out, we had our engineers out doing initial assessments, and these were the neighborhoods that we identified as being significantly impacted or having some degree of significant flooding. And you're all very aware of the top 4 is where we spent the majority of our efforts, but we were doing operations in all of these neighborhoods on day 1. Just to talk about how quickly this rainstorm came in. These are some pictures from the security camera at City Hall and in front of it. And you can see at 7:30 in the evening, the ramp going down to the basement was pretty much empty. Around 9 o'clock is when it started filling up, and it was filled. That truck was inundated just 21 minutes later. And so that tells you how quickly rain was coming down and building up. Much, much more intense than any of our stormwater systems were designed to handle. So as we went into recovery operations on the morning of the 13th, the initial situation that we were trying to grasp with was up to 26 inches of rain that caused significant flooding throughout the city. Police and fire were still doing emergency rescue operations, trying to help out people who were in severe distress. We had lost our communications at City Hall. At the sewage treatment plant, we were exceeding 100 million gallons per day, which meant that we were discharging out of the emergency outfall. We had 30 wastewater pump stations offline, and more than 120 were in a surcharge condition. We were getting multiple reports of breaks, both on the water and the wastewater side, most of which was just surcharging. They weren't actually breaks on that initial reports. But we immediately went into starting to deploy more trucks and do assessments to get a better picture of what was going on. By 10 o'clock, we were doing unwatering operations. By 10:30, we had reached out to multiple vendors to get trucks to augment our capabilities, and they were on station and working for us by 2 o'clock that afternoon. We were working with the emergency management systems through WebEOC to request additional support at that time. And I do need to point out, later that afternoon, we got an additional 3 inches of rain on top of what we had received the night prior. So,
in addition to the 26?
That is correct. So as we looked at how do we deal with an event of this size, we needed to get organized, and we put together what we call Task Force Unwatering, which is basically using a NIMS process where we established a command team and established a planning cell responsible for getting a better picture of where things were, using modeling, reconnaissance, GIS assets to understand the situation. Area commanders for each of the highly impacted areas that consisted of an engineer to help to do assessments and tracking what was on the ground, along with the pump master from the stormwater team, who had a better understanding of how the system worked, where we could take water from and put it into the system. You can't go half a mile down the road and put the water into a catch basin because it's just going to flow back into the neighborhood. We had to know where there was capacity to discharge it, so it would go out to a river or go out to a canal. And then we had a logistics cell because we knew we were going to be getting mutual support. We need to do debris management, and we need to coordinate with our fleet and other operations. So we put together this structure. This is what we used for the next week and a half to do the unwatering operations. Okay, so this is a general slide that we'll use for each day. What you have is in the upper right-hand corner is a map that we used to identify where the impacted areas were and to put some type of priority on it. And on the left side, we were tracking how many assets we had on hand as far as pump trucks, where they were coming from, situation dealing with roads and arterials, the condition of the water and wastewater systems, and our call center, which was the primary means that we had for getting information from the public. We were tracking how many calls that came in. Every single one of those calls was immediately gone into a GIS mapping database that we were using in the EOC. In the center of it, you can see the neighborhoods that were impacted and what those assessments were going into each day. And it's very important, as we were looking at the neighborhoods, not only we were tracking how much water was there, but we were trying to figure out where can we deliver the water to. And in some cases, there was no ability for the water to flow out. And there is, I do need to point out, the Durs and Dorsey Riverbend. The Durs neighborhood flows down into Dorsey Riverbend, and there are a few outfalls that go into the river. But at this time, the rivers were so high that we weren't able to have water flowing out of it. The gravity systems weren't working properly. And so we ended up using tankering in a lot of these neighborhoods. Because we did not have the ability for the gravity system to work, we were primarily using tankers, but only in city systems. And I need to point out on the bottom of the slide, at 9:49, we got permission from the Florida Department of Transportation to discharge into their systems on Route 84 and other places in the city. Normally, we cannot use their systems. The city, the county, and the state have separate stormwater systems, and so it really limits our ability to move water to other places. So we got FDOT permission at 9:49, and at 11 o'clock, we had that same type of coordination with Broward County to use their systems to help us for moving water out of the neighborhoods. Now, having permission is different from having the capacity within those systems because they were designed and they were draining Route 84, Broward Boulevard, and their systems. So we had to do coordination once we had the permission to make sure we had capacity to move water where we needed to move. But it was a start, and that really helped us in our operations. I'd also like to point out on the center of the right side, we were looking at groundwater levels, and you can see two peaks in the groundwater. Those were when those heavy rainfall events happened on the night of the 12th, the afternoon of the 13th, where the groundwater basically came up to the top surface of the roads. There was no place for water to drain into the ground anymore. Any rain that fell just sat on the surface until it was moved somewhere else. And finally, on the bottom right, we were tracking the tides because that also influences our ability to get water out. So these just some pictures from River Oaks, and I think you are all very aware of it. One place that we were moving pumps to or trucks to originally was Holiday Park. That was the reunification center, and we need to make sure that that was clear and open for the public to be able to get in there. People who were impacted severely and had to relocate to the reunification center. So on the morning of the 15th, you can see on the upper right-hand chart, the situation had cleared up. Some of those other neighborhoods had started to drain down. We had more Vector trucks on hand. A lot of mutual support was coming in. We had 36 trucks by the 15th. We were doing road assessments, roads that had been drained. We were looking at potholes, damage to culverts, and other areas that were being impacted so that we could move forward with either removal of muck or fixing severe potholes, depressions that had occurred that would be a danger to the public trying to use them. We are still discharging through the emergency outfall at GTL, and that went on for several days. Looking at our neighborhoods, you can see that in most of the neighborhoods, the water systems had been going down. And really, Edgewood and River Oaks were two places that we saw a lot of success. Once we got permission to discharge into the New River, into the FDOT systems, we set up very large pumps that were able to drain a lot of that water out. And that's what helped. At this point in time, we did not have a pump solution for Melrose Manors. We were still trying to work through that. But we had got pumps in Edgewood and River Oaks and saw the results very quickly. At this time also in Melrose Park, we were not seeing the water draining the way it was supposed to. As we went down there, we saw that a lot of water was trying to flow through the ditch, but it was bringing a lot of debris and other stuff in it. It was hitting the gates and it was clogging up. So we cleaned out the system. That got more water flowing, but we still had a lot of water that was flowing into the system. And because the groundwater was so high, where we had exfiltration trench in the center part of Melrose Park, the system simply was not working. So these are some of the pictures from those neighborhoods. And as I said, you can see that some of the pumps that we were using, the water levels going down, and the amount of muck and debris that was on the roadways. Again, Melrose Manors was becoming a main point that we were still trying to resolve at this point in time. Okay, so as we go into the 16th, again, we had 36 trucks on hand, and we were making a lot of success dealing with it. We did get another rainstorm event on the 16th, and where we did have Melrose Manors, a lot of areas we had gotten down using Vector trucks to 6 inches, and a lot of them, we lost everything that we had gained with another rainstorm event that afternoon. And that neighborhood went up to a foot to 2 feet of water in some places. Okay. Yeah. And finally, here are some additional pictures from the 16th. And you can see, again, the muck on the road, where we had progress in Melrose Manors, but then also where we lost ground in Melrose Manors. So as we move to the 17th, at this point in time, as we're looking through and looking at those heavily impacted neighborhoods, we pretty much had Edgewood and River Oaks under control. They had ponding. We were doing cleanup operations with Vector trucks. The pumps were still operating to try and draw down the system. And I do need to point out, as we were trying to move water out of both of them, we did use the infrastructure that our 2 contractors had put in place. In River Oaks, they were about 75% putting all the pipe in the ground. In Edgewood, they were almost 100%. And they did use the catch basins and the pipes in the ground in order to facilitate moving water. When the system is complete, Edgewood will flow into River Oaks, and there'll be 2 large pump stations there that will draw water out for both of those neighborhoods. If we had the pump stations in place, it would have operated much more efficiently, but we were able to use the infrastructure that was in place at that time in order to help to unwater the neighborhoods. In Melrose Manors, we came up with a plan on putting pumps to drain on the water into the Broward County system, and we got those in place late in the afternoon. And these are some of the pumps that were located basically right behind where the U-Haul area is, near where Starbucks. And it quickly started drawing down those systems with 3 pumps that we put in place. Going into the 18th, we were starting to draw down a little bit on the assets on hand because most of the neighborhoods were under control. Again, we were dealing with ponding in the neighborhoods or in Melrose Manors at this time. We were getting down to really 4 to 6 inches in both Melrose Manors and Melrose Park. And by this time, GTL is finally, on the 18th, getting to the point where we're having intermittent discharges going through the outfalls. And it's ended up stopping later on that day. but we had been discharging at this point for 6 days out of the emergency outfall. And these are some of the pictures that our reconnaissance teams took that day. On the 19th is when we finally felt that we had it under control. As you can see, on all of the heavily impacted neighborhoods, we were pretty much, all roads were open, passable, and we were just doing cleanup of small ponding areas in the neighborhoods. I do want to point out in the bottom left, the call center by this time had received more than 9,000 phone calls. And those were not only helping us with situational awareness reporting, where the flooding was, where there was damage to roads, but also people at this time are calling in damage to their properties, which we were able to feed to fire rescue, and they were using for doing those initial property assessments. Again, it was a very seamless system, using the call center as the intake, our GIS platforms to manage the data, and then send it to where it needed to be. Okay, just some additional pictures from the 19th, and you can see pretty much all the roads by this time are looking in pretty good shape. Okay, on the 19th also, we had to go back into the Melrose Park ditch a second time, and you can see how much debris and stuff was again building up. The way the system is designed, it's basically, the ditch is a huge collector for anything that can flow into it throughout the entire neighborhood. And so one thing we did learn is when we have events like this, we need to plan to be going in every 2 to 3 days and cleaning out the grates, cleaning out the where the water's going in, because it will continue to clog and not drain the way it is supposed to. One thing I didn't point out earlier as we were working on the Melrose Park ditch was during those initial days, we did have challenges getting water out because the system is designed where the water flows through the ditch, through a pair of 72-inch culverts, through Lauderdale into the North Fork of the New River. And what was happening is the water levels were very high there, that there was a sluice gate in the river that is a salinity control structure, and the gate had to be down because the water levels were so high, but that prevented us from being able to drain it. Once we get the gate opened, that's when we saw the water starting to drain through. And the importance of collaboration between the Water Management District, City of Lauderdale, and the City of Fort Lauderdale is very important for that neighborhood in order to make sure that it's draining correctly. Okay, and so the 20th, this is just the last slide on the day-by-day, but at this point, we're really doing cleanup operations, a lot of cleaning muck and debris, going into debris removal operations, and getting back to post-unwatering operations. So we put together this slide. This is the Stormwater Master Plan that this commission approved back in many, many years ago, and we are constructing. And the blue blocks in there are the 7 neighborhoods plus Melrose Manors that were approved as part of Tranche 1. Edgewood, River Oaks under construction, and you can see we have Durs and Dorsey River Bend are scheduled to go out for bidding this month, and probably delayed by a couple weeks, but we will get those out for bidding very soon and get them into construction in early fall. And then you can see the progression from there. We are going to be looking at these very closely to see what we can do to try and accelerate the bidding and construction process for all of those remaining neighborhoods, as well as the Tranche 2 neighborhoods, the next set of 7 that are the ones that are identified in pink, that we will be looking to start doing planning and design around 2025. And if you look at the map, you can see that this really represents a lot of the neighborhoods that were heavily impacted in the storm event.
Alan, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
From your earlier slides, you also identified Middle River Terrace as a problem area, but I don't see that in Tranche 1 or 2. Where's Middle River Terrace going to stand in terms of these tranches?
It is a future neighborhood, but it was not identified in either Tranche 1 or Tranche 2 for the neighborhood-wide stormwater improvement. So it is something that we will need to add in probably Tranche 3.
Okay, hopefully we can move that up a little bit sooner, but I did just noticed that that was identified earlier on as one of the areas that was having some issues, and that's why I'm just concerned that maybe we need to move it a little bit quicker. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner. And again, I'll say that there are many, many more neighborhoods besides these 15 that were impacted in the storm event. And we are recognizing that we captured a lot of information from here, but there is, every neighborhood will need some type of stormwater improvements. And we do want to look closely at the tranche 2, what we are able to deliver in that next tranche, and what we need to prioritize in it, because again, we can't do them all at once. Just like in tranche 1, we have to sequence them. So making sure we understand clearly what are the priorities and how we want to execute construction projects to improve our stormwater infrastructure. And I should also point out, these are the big neighborhood projects. We do have smaller CIP projects in places like Middle River Terrace and other neighborhoods that we're building, but they don't provide that neighborhood-wide capacity that we're looking for.
And Alan, if I could just for 1 second, so we had a problem up in District 1 along Bayview, and obviously, as you're well aware, we've done a significant amount of road improvement works along Bayview. I'm going to assume that the standing water we saw in there was more a fact of all the storm drains covered up to prevent construction debris going into it while those projects were underway. Is that a reasonable assumption?
It is a reasonable assumption that if the, typically they put filter fabric on them whenever they're doing construction.
Right, they put the pigs out there to block the, yeah.
Yes, and if they allow dirt and muck to build up on it, it's not going to allow it to drain. Just like the pictures that we had in Melrose Park, they get clogged. So one thing that we need to really look at is before storm events, trying to get out and inspect it, many of these where we know there's filter fabric and things in it, to make sure that they can flow properly.
Right. I think that was a significant issue from my district. I was getting complaints from residents along there that the very barricades that we installed to stop debris going into the storm drains were the ones that were causing the flooding in the neighborhood. I understand, obviously, that's an FDOT project. It's not a city project, but I think we need better coordination so that we don't actually cause the flooding ourselves.
Yes. So what I'd really like to focus on now is some very quick summaries of lessons learned, things that we will plan on changing over the upcoming months and years. And there's a lot more to go with each one of these as far as lessons learned. First one, portable pumps versus Vector trucks. Putting a 8-inch pump into a neighborhood can drain it magnitudes of time faster than using Vector trucks. And we need to be able to increase our use of pumps by understanding how the hydrology works, knowing how they can be in place, and having them on hand to put in place.
Would those be permanent installations or just in a warehouse so that when we determine a need, we're able to bring it out there?
It would be in times of need, particularly in Melrose Manors. Once we get the pumps in place compared to the Vector trucks, we're able to draw it down quickly. And that's one area in particular where being able to deploy a pump, having an agreement with Broward County or FDOT to be able to put the hose in, having a sump pit so we can put a hose down to suck the water out from, makes a huge difference. And so we need to spend a lot more time on that and to invest more in pumps as well as Vector truck capacity so that we can respond more quickly.
Which was the one you said worked better?
Pumps. And I don't believe I have it in the packet, but we did analysis of how much water you can move with a pump versus a Vector truck. And for a 100-acre area with a 4-inch rain, with 15 Vector trucks, it would take 16 days. With a 12-inch pump, it would take 18 hours. But you have to have a discharge point. You have to have the drainage structure to bring all that water into the pump. You have to have the hoses, and you have to have the authorities to discharge it where you're trying to. So those are some of the things that we are trying to work through, and that gets into.
Well, but as you pointed out earlier, if the canals and the rivers are already elevated, where does it go?
That is where coordination with the Water Management District,
Right.
and with FDOT and the county matters, because
So those
we have to
canals-
operate it as a system.
Right, so those all go out in the ocean, correct?
Yes.
All right, so are there pumps pushing it out into the ocean, or we just depend upon the gravity to take it out there?
Well, it's both, because you have the South Florida Water Management District, which is draining the interior of Florida, and they use pumps and canals to move water out. You have communities that are more inland from us that are primarily gravity, but some pump putting water into those same canals. We're all competing for the same flow path, and so we're at the end of the line. So coordinating to make sure that we have the capacity available is very important.
Okay, thank you.
We talked a little bit about, I'll go back to stormwater operations. The stormwater operations team for the city is less than 30 employees with really 4 trucks for moving water. And so when we get to an operation like this, they have the technical expertise, they don't have the capacity. And so taking them and splitting them into different shifts so they can be there to manage operations 24/7 over a period of days is very important, and we need to have that already set up in case we get into an operation like this again. We talked about the impact of the canals, groundwater levels, everything that slows down our ability to move water. Having ILAs with Broward County, with FDOT, to allow us to use their system in times of emergency, where all we have to do is go to them and say, we need to use Broward County. They check to make sure it has the capacity while we're setting up the systems, versus in this case, we had to get the FDOT secretary for this area to help us to work through it. The emergency management for the state got involved to help us with permissions to use systems outside of the city's control. We've talked a lot about emergency contracts. We have them in place. We need to continue having multiple contracts so that we can go to different vendors and bring in as much capacity as we need when we have to ramp up quickly. Having area commanders and pump masters assigned to neighborhoods is critical to understanding how to use assets when they come in. When we talk about mutual aid, we had one person who was strictly responsible for, as communities were sending us trucks, to coordinate to receive them, tell them where to go. They linked up with the pump master. He controlled on-the-ground operations. One thing we couldn't do is, as they were on the ground, we couldn't tell you where the trucks actually were. We have GPS sensors in all of our vehicles. We need to grab 50 air tags and stick one in every one of those contracted vehicles so that we can manage them and track them in the same way. Using drones and helicopters are a great tool to get better situation awareness, seeing how water levels are changing. We talked a lot about debris clearance, and I put in here, Melrose Park ditch was a prime example, but that was true in every neighborhood as we were trying to drain water out. All the systems were getting clogged up with debris, muck, and slowing it down. Integration of Q alerts, getting it into a GIS map, and being able to have our reconnaissance teams provide information all helps to set the picture that allows us to prioritize and assign assets. And we need to continue working on improving our GIS platforms. And finally, as we're draining the water out, knowing that we have to have muck removal teams ready to go into a neighborhood as soon as we finish getting the water out to start cleaning up the roads. So immediate actions that we are planning on doing over the next 6 months is we will develop a temporary pumping plan for Melrose Manors with sump pits constructed where we can put hoses in, knowing exactly what type of pumps, where the hoses will go, where they will go into a Broward County or an FDOT system, and working through an ILA with them for those authorities. We need to accelerate Melrose Manor's design so that we can get it into construction more in timeline with the other neighborhoods in Tranche 1. We were planning on doing it next year. We're going to request to accelerate the procurement of a Vector truck and looking at additional pumps with hoses to augment our capacity. And then working with GIS tracking programs with IT to help us to build our framework so that in the EOC we can better manage and control the situation. And then long-term, looking at our stormwater master plan, the current execution plan, seeing how we can accelerate or add to that, and then looking at Tranche 2, how we want to prioritize and get the construction moving for that, which will probably require some adjustment in our staff levels in order to manage a greater design volume and, more importantly, a greater construction volume in the upcoming years. And that is the end of the presentation.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the great work that you and everyone in your department has provided these past several weeks, and these best practices and steps going forward are going to be a great help in trying to improve the quality of life should we ever encounter anything like this again. I'm not waiting for another 1,000 years. Something tells me it may happen sooner than that. So, okay, does anyone have any questions of Mr. Dodd?
I do.
Yes, go ahead,
Mr.
Commissioner.
Dodd,
Vice Mayor.
thank you very much for the presentation and how you explained everything over those course of those 7 days, and also even giving suggestions on how we need to move forward. Does anyone else see this fly that keeps running around? I'm sorry. It looks like I'm just having a, I'm sorry. The fly is trying to attack me. Thank you, sir, for you and your division, what you have come up with. When I spoke last time, the last commission meeting, last conference meeting, really focused on being prepared. And what you have given here today is definitely in the right direction. I want to also encourage that we, as the commission, move forward and be a part of what is already on the ordinance with our very own emergency preparedness task force, so we can work together to make sure that we're moving in the right direction and we have these points that you have highlighted implemented. Because on paper, we know it's on paper. You're showing us what has been reviewed, what has been determined, what we need to do. But the activation of it is what I want to see as a commission moving forward, that we are working together to make sure this happens. Okay, so I want to say thank you for that. Far as one of the questions, or more of a comment than a question, you gave reference several times regarding to the ditches that are used for the flow of water in the Melrose Park and Melrose Manors areas. Do we know how often that those ditches are maintained far as cleaning? Because we keep hearing that there's debris in those ditches and those trenches. How are we preparing to make sure that at least they're cleared of the debris, so that part wouldn't be a part of the hindrance of the water flowing? Because that adds to it as well. Am I correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor, and there is a schedule for different things that happen throughout the year. The major maintenance of the ditch was completed at the end of March of this year, so just 2 weeks prior to when this event happened. It was in probably top shape.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Dodd? Dr. Sturman.
Oh, yeah, just two things, and actually they're related to each other. I've heard a lot of inquiries in the neighborhood, in Edgewood and River Oaks, about how much, I don't think it's for us to answer, but maybe you could start asking around, how much play do we have from water from that new north runway, offloading water into the Edgewood area, as well as the second question, inland, water that's flowing inland. It wouldn't have prevented it, but aggravating the floods.
Yes, Commissioner. The airport is not part of the City of Fort Lauderdale's Stormwater Master Plan, and I can't tell you from our analysis how much it may have influenced what happened in Fort Lauderdale. When we're talking about water flow and water management in South Florida, it is going to take a much larger conversation with the county, which controls the airport, with the state and the water management district, to understand how our geographic and our authorities overlap, where water moves to, and how we can impact each other, either intentionally or unintentionally. Because when we're all trying to channel water into the South Fork of the New River and it rises, it makes it more challenging for us. Water we'll be pushing into each other, and we all impede actions when we don't cooperate. So that is a longer-term conversation that we need to have throughout South Florida.
And obviously, that's not something the city would answer ourselves. It's our partners that we'd have to talk with, too, obviously.
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
You know, to your point, I always wondered, we're so flat, okay, and we have so many canals and waterways. Why does it take forever for this stuff to drain? And it's clearly because we're not pushing it out fast enough. And to your point in your recommendations, we need more pumps. We need more diversion techniques to be able to move this water off the surface of the ground. I heard also what people were asking, you know, that river that existed on one of the runways, you know, it was just looming over the Edgewood neighborhood. And, you know, did that impact its ability to drain because it was competing with the runway? So I don't know if that was really an issue, whether it's just conversation, but it certainly raised a lot of questions as to competing jurisdictions, but also competing needs for the same waterways in order to drain. So I don't know if the county has any plans to improve their stormwater mitigation for their airport. I know that's not our jurisdiction, but whatever they could do, whatever you could do or say to them to encourage them to find new solutions to what resulted 3 weeks ago would certainly help improve our ability to protect our own neighbors. So thank you for bringing that up, Doctor.
Yes, Mayor.
Any other questions of Mr. Dodd?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
So one of the things that we've looked at in the past, and I don't know if we've done it recently, is testing our COOP plan, our continuity of operations plan. So, you know, that type of testing breaks down into one of two arenas. We can do discussion-based and operational-based testing. So discussion-based is typically a tabletop exercise, and the operational-based is an actual implementation where we shut down certain systems and see how they perform. Tell me what we've done in the last couple of years with respect to stress testing our COOP.
Okay, so the continuity of operations plan, there's really two different ones that I'll talk about. We have the Public Works internal one, and then we have the citywide plan. And citywide, we typically do EOC operations and rehearsals prior to hurricane season. And we all submit our COOP plans and our emergency response plans about that. Within Public Works, we have a separate COOP plan because a lot of our folks are operating out of operational facilities, 5-ash, GTL. In this case, we were actually executing our COOP plan where we had Abby Karam was operating out of 5-ash and managing the water systems, the wastewater systems. We were in the OC, we were running and operating our public works systems, the stormwater systems. Dr. Nancy Gassman was right there with me in the OC as we were trying to coordinate efforts. So even though we weren't in City Hall, we were very, very functional as far as from Public Works side, being able to still do command and control over all the assets that we had.
So one other thing I think, again, in the tabletop category, and this is something I brought up last time, is I think we need to expand our thinking and bring in some of our regional partners and thinking about how we're pushing this water out. And, you know, because it won't be obviously what we experienced this time. We're not, hopefully in our lifetimes, going to experience the same type of a storm we had, but a hurricane can produce very similar levels of rain in a short period of time. And it's, I think, very important that we do these tabletop exercises, have these discussions with the local water management district and our other cities that dump into the canals, and figure out how we're going to better coordinate that response. I know this is not necessarily a public works issue, but I would like a discussion at some point in the not too distant future about the failure on the IT side to be able to manage this. And I think, Greg, I'd like you to bring back an after action analysis because one of the things we had talked about when we first went out to procurement the ERP system, 10 years ago, is it was initially written to be a cloud-based solution. And then when we actually went and did the purchase, we did an on-prem solution, which I think was a huge mistake at the time. But I am concerned about how some of our email systems and so forth were not able to respond to what we saw. And again, from a larger continuity of operations plan, I think we have some lessons that need to be learned in how we do that, and I'd like to hear a discussion about that aspect of it. Again, not necessarily today, but I do think it's important that we look at it because obviously our residents were not able to communicate with us. Folks were not able to conduct business with us. And this, again, while catastrophic in certain ways, was a relatively isolated incident as far as it goes. If it was something that had, a more wider regional approach, if this was something on the order of a Katrina, for example, where would we be? How long would we be down for? What is our plan to transfer over to a hot site in another location and continue to administer the systems that are critical for the city, both internally. I know we had at least internal email, but external phone lines being down, things of that nature. We need to examine how we're going to be better prepared for whether it's a hurricane, whether it's a fire, whether it's a terrorist attack. Again, when we think continuity of operations, it's more than just flooding in the basement. It needs to be far more comprehensive than that. So I look forward to a discussion on that at some point down the road. Thank you.
We will bring that back, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Dodd? Thank you so much, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to business 2, City Hall update. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Honorable Commissioners. We're going to talk about now the City Hall and its condition. You can go to the next slide. So we're going to talk about the conditions of the building right now as they are, what we've done to preserve and have it in a steady state capability. And also we're going to talk about the insurance claim process, details on how we're following up and doing our due diligence, and giving also a summary of where certain offices have relocated to continue operations. With that, staff is going to talk about each one of these sections. And Director Dodd will have the next slide.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Commissioners. So what I'm going to cover first is the current building condition. When we talked to you at the last commission meeting, we were about 3 days into doing assessment and trying to get it up. So we have made a lot of progress in that time. And I'd just like to go over the current state, which is where City Hall is right now and will be for the foreseeable future. So the roof was repaired, ceiling tiles replaced, and there's no longer any water intrusion going into the building. We also completed a structural analysis of the building. We were concerned that with the water damage with the transformers and the electrical systems, there may have been damage to structural components. So we had that checked out and there was no new issues identified. The HVAC system, however, pretty much all needs to be replaced. This system has been in the building for many years. It was operating, but it is completely inoperable at this time and needs to be replaced. As you're doing the replacement, it uses a pneumatic control system for all the dampers and all the air control systems on the floors above it. Those all would have to be replaced as well because you don't make systems with pneumatic controls anymore. But we do have temporary air going into the building. It is an all-on or all-off type of a system, but the entire building is conditioned. And it's very important to point out that the steps that they took to get it conditioned and dehumidified helped to preserve the condition of the building so that mold wouldn't have gone into it, that they did go in and do that temporary HVAC so quickly. The electrical systems are all pretty much needing to be replaced. We have put in a complete backup system or temporary system with generators and a distribution throughout the building so that all of the floors are functional. The alarm systems are working, but they are intermittent. They do not connect to the dampers in the HVAC system. So typically, when you have a fire or something, it would close all the dampers to prevent fire from passing through the building. That system doesn't work, but the alarms itself are working right now intermittently. Also, the elevators have been going up and down, but right now we have 2 passenger and 1 freight elevator that are operating, and that's what we've been using to move staff out with their equipment. And then on the environmental, we did get in. The building was dewatered in the basement. We did a lot of dehumidification and cleaning throughout the floors to prevent any mold buildup inside the building. We did do an environmental assessment, and it came back clean for mold. So getting in there quickly and doing that work did help to preserve the building. So when we came to you on the 18th, which was 3 days in, we gave you a number which is based on a lot of assumptions and what we knew at that time. And I would like to try and put that a little bit more into context as how we came up with the numbers that we did give you. Okay, our initial request, we didn't realize how bad the damage was, but on the 15th, we asked Ashbridge to come in and get the building back up and operational so we could get staff back to work. And it wasn't until they started doing that assessment that they brought in a ton of effort that we realized how bad the building was impacted. But that's how they were originally going, was get us back up, get everybody back in the building. And we changed that focus very quickly, and in the discussion with you on the 18th, we agreed that we were going to focus on stabilizing the building, which will allow us to transition out to temporary facilities. And so that changed the effort that we were putting into it and the game plan for how we were going to proceed. So a lot of those initial costs in those first 3 days that we did our assessment on included mobilization costs, it included that environmental cleanup, it included a lot of technical experts who are bringing in. But we looked at, and we got a listing of some of the approximate costs. These are not invoice costs. These are just order of magnitude estimates based on what we saw happening during those first 3 days. And you can see the burn rate at that time was exceeding 300,000. And we made some assumptions that as we got rid of one-time costs, we got the dehumidification and other things out of the building, that the burn rate would drop down to somewhere between 100 and 175,000. And that was a staff estimate based on our best understanding of the situation. And we gave you what I thought was a more conservative thing on the higher end, because we did not know at that time. We were still doing a lot of these cleanup operations throughout the city. But we wanted to put it in the right order of magnitude as to what we saw the cost happening. As we have been going through and doing this, I have to point out that as we were making decisions on what to do in the building, what work needed to happen, how we were going to remediate it and bring it up, we had a staff member with Ashbridge at all times going through and making those decisions. They would bring it to us to say, here's what we think we need to do. We would agree Ashbridge would perform the work. We also had Thompson Associates, who is our public assistance monitors, who are also looking at the work they're doing and helping to make sure that we are keeping records of everything that is being performed in the building, which will help us for future claims. But now, as we move forward, 2 weeks later, those numbers have changed a lot based on the direction that we did receive. And so what we have done is Ashbridge has significantly reduced the staffing in the building. They have reduced the amount of equipment there. We've gotten rid of those first-time costs. And as of the end of last week, we estimate the burn rate is under $70,000. And they are continuing to remove people and equipment to get down to the minimum number just to keep the building operational. Again, this is order of magnitude costs. We have not received invoices yet because this was done under emergency procurement guidelines to get them working. But we have to receive invoices, which we will then be able to go in and validate the pricing, the exact amount of equipment they're using, all those things that will be necessary to go through an audit.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Personnel, $30,000 a day. There would have to be an army of people in that building.
Well, and those costs are going down. the people that we had, remember, they were not from Fort Lauderdale. They were brought in from other places to run specialized equipment.
Right.
So it's also including lodging and other costs. And they are working to reduce that down even further. If you look back at the original estimate, the first couple days, it was well over $200,000. So they're continuing to phase it down and get those costs to something that is manageable, just to operate and maintain the generators, the electrical equipment, and the other systems in the building.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now we're going to talk about the insurance claim process. And Mr. Guy Hine.
Mayor? I'm sorry, before we move on, I had initially asked if a representative from Ashbrook would be present today, just to these numbers that we have, if they can give some input on these prices and the invoices that we have.
Yeah, they're coming down right now. Mr. Randy Perkins is here to assist with that discussion.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, here to answer any questions you have. But the comment was just made if there was had to be an army of people. There actually was. There was about 150 people at one time working to clean the building floor by floor. So,
Well, I understand that, but now, how many people do you have there now per day?
there's probably right now between 12 and 18.
And that's $30,000 a day?
No, that's...
I want that job.
No, those numbers, as was mentioned by the director, are changing on a day-to-day basis.
I understand that. All right, so these are just conservative estimates.
Yeah, they're conservative estimates, and right now, most of the personnel is made up of technicians.
Right.
Keeping the chillers running, the generators running, checking the floor by floor, making sure everything's operating in a safe manner.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have any more questions of the Ashbrook representative?
I do. Just for clarity, I'm trying to understand.
Sure.
From day one when you went into City Hall, assessment was made. What does that look like? How did you determine from, you're going to go in with, we're now at 18, or how did you determine that initial evaluation? How was that done?
Well, first of all, we have a lot of expertise in assessing these particular situations through our logistics side. But obviously, getting to the building and seeing that the mechanical room was underwater, almost to the ceiling, seeing that the equipment was in total ruins, going into the building and temperature measuring at about 115 degrees. You can see water beating on the seatings, dripping already. Light fixtures already starting to generate mold. The square footage of the building, number of floors, number of office space, open office, individual offices. There's a lot of deciding factors that go on how many dehumidifiers have to be brought in, how much personnel has to be brought in, the timeliness of working 24 hours a day to preserve records, files, and those types of things, not knowing at the time if the building was going to be able to be reoccupied. So all those decisions were based on a lot of factors that weren't known, and hour by hour, things became more clear.
Okay, all right. And in your comments, you answered basically my second question regarding 24 hours. Was it 24-hour manpower initially? But you did just say that in your comment.
Yeah, 24 hours. And again, you had about 100 plus people just doing the cleaning, wiping things down, the humidifiers, disinfectants, and those types of things. Florida, there was condensation and, in some areas, a half an inch of water just from the pure humidity that was being generated from the building being down. There's not a lot of windows in that building, so sunlight coming in during the day to help mitigate some of those factors was not present. And fuel costs. Additionally, the amount of equipment there from generators and backup generators and those types of things have been significantly reduced, but fuel costs was running, 1,500 gallons a day, 1,700 gallons a day at $5+ a gallon. So there's a lot of other factors that drove those costs. And again, they mentioned that we're working with staff as Thompson under contract. We'll be working with them at staff's direction, getting all the backup, personnel names, travel distance, where they came from, who they were, what job functions they had. We fully expect that this entire process from our end, and we're ready for it because we do this on a national basis, will be looked through in great detail. So we'll be ready for that and in a position to defend all the decisions that we made and defend the staff for bringing us in to do this work that needed to be done.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work you're doing on behalf of our city.
So now we're going to talk about the insurance claim process. Mr. Guy Hine.
Guy Hine, Risk Manager. The city has 2 flood insurance policies for City Hall, and I want to emphasize for City Hall because the National Flood Insurance Program is something that's required by law. Not every single one of our properties requires the National Flood Insurance Program, but City Hall does. So we have 2 layers of protection for City Hall.
Were there any other buildings impacted?
Yes.
So like transportation, mobility?
Correct.
They were, okay, thank you.
Yes. The National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP, is the underlying layer, $50,000 deductible, and a maximum limit of $500,000. The mayor asked a question yesterday about how that applies, how that works, and it was a good question. The $500,000 sits above the $50,000, so the city has to pay for the first $50,000 of the loss, then the next $500,000 is covered by the National Flood Insurance Program. On top of that, the city has purchased a property insurance program that includes flood coverage. That insurance sits on top of the NFIP program. Now, what has happened since this event occurred is the insurance adjusters have been out twice already. They'll probably come out again, and they have assessed the damages. They're going back and working with their engineers and their contractors to determine what the cost is to repair the city as a result of this flood. Anything further, we really don't have at this point. They have to do their thing with the, like I said, with the engineers and the contractors to figure out how much that loss is going to be. The other thing that I'd like to bring up to you is that the insurance can offer 2 different options for payment. Obviously, one would be to repair the City Hall, and again, that's what they're figuring out right now. The other option is that if the commission decides to rebuild City Hall, there is an actual cash value option available there for the repairs that you can choose to accept. Again, I don't want to jump too far ahead because we haven't determined what that'll be. We don't know the extent of the damages at this point, so that's still being worked on. The last point I'd like to bring up is the city does qualify for FEMA's Public Assistance Disaster Recovery Program for expenditures.
Does that include just displacement expenditures, or does it include rebuilding expenditures? Do we know that yet?
No, we do not know that yet.
But are those options are being investigated?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Just wanted to add that staff did due diligence in preserving the building as required by the insurance. And we did that promptly to preserve as much as possible. Now we're going to talk about what took place with respect to where our city offices. Ms. Susan Grant's going to talk about that.
Thank you, Greg, and good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. Susan Grant, Assistant City Manager. So I've been characterizing our City Hall situation kind of in 3 buckets. So short term, which is getting people back to work. Medium term is what we're going to do kind of until we make a longer term decision as far as City Hall goes. Today we're going to be talking mostly about the short term. And May 16th, we'll be talking a little bit more about that medium term and what we do in the interim. We had 300 employees at City Hall, and they are currently either working remotely, working in a hybrid situation, or have moved back into alternative offices. As you know, that the City Commission, City Manager's Office, and a few other departments have moved to Tower 101. The city clerks has always had space on the 11th floor, and they've just moved their staff, and they're, I guess, bunking up together in the space they have there. On the 14th floor, we have the city commission offices, managers' offices. The auditor's office has always been there. Public Works has had space there, and they're rotating people in and out. We've continued to do recruitment because you know that's one of the most important things we do. So we have some HR staff there as well as the director, some space for the IT director, neighbor support. We have a space where finance staff is rotating in with their teams. So we'll have accounts payable there one day, payroll there another day, accounting there one day, procurement there one day, so their teams can get together, and then they're working remotely as well. The city attorney's office had offices at 1 East Broward, and their staff works there and as well as remotely. What's not on the slide is our utility billing staff. As you know, that is forward-facing, and their systems were down for a period of time. Back up now, and they are working at DSD on Sistrunk. Currently, the back office part of the operation is working at the Emergency Operations Center, but we're relocating those to the DSD building downtown next week. And then, again, we have fully remote folks, OMB, structural innovation, and hybrid. So we finished phase 1 of what I'm calling this short-term plan yesterday, and that's where we had different floors of City Hall going into the office, moving out their personal belongings and anything they needed to work for. We said, hey, for the next month, whatever you're going to need to either hybrid work or work on your new location, take that out with you. There will be a phase 2 where we address the other items that are at City Hall that either will go to storage, will be liquidated, or go to whatever that new office space is. We're not going to start planning that phase 2 until we get a little bit more direction. At the May 16th meeting, we're going to be presenting some medium-term suggestions or options that we'll ask you to consider. And then once we get some direction from you on that, we'll start phase 2 of moving out of City Hall. And I think that covers everything. If you have any questions.
Anyone have any questions of Susan? No, thank you.
So we also expect that there may be some assistance from FEMA as far as relocation expenses, but for us to qualify for that, we need to make sure we have prices that we compare to at least 3, all the due diligence required. So we're in that process. As Susan said, on May 16th, we expect to bring you a report so that you all can provide direction based on recommendations that staff provides on best locations for having that interim office space period. Now, thinking about long-term, of course, we have rehabilitation of City Hall. We don't know what that would look like. Again, they're evaluating, appraising, and doing all efforts to get us that number. If we get a number soon, we certainly can call a special meeting and meet with you all to discuss what that looks like to get further direction. But let's say that should City Hall be in a position that it is hard to rehab and it's worth looking at new City Hall options, we provided 2 procurement options. These are not the only options. These are just 2, just to give you an idea. And the point here is for you all to start thinking about that process as well. And the 2 options here is design, bid, build, which is similar to a CMAR. We have a variety of phases from selecting the owner's rep, 6 months, design criteria definition, 6 months, the design itself, 18 months, to build, 24 to 36 months. Again, these are ballpark figures, but these are the timeline ranges of what that would look like. And again, in this type of construction, those are some of the highlights that the city can just stop at any phase. However, it's important to understand that there can be escalations for costs of labor and material, just as we experienced with the police headquarters. Then the other option is a P3, public-private partnership, which is the fastest that we can think of right now. You have the commission has received a P3. It was received on September of 2022, and that is something that is still available for you all to consider. Should the city proceed, the city commission proceed in that fashion, these are the expected timelines: competitive period of at least 3 months, at most 3 months, pre-development period of 9 months, and construction between 24 to 32 months. The P3 that was received, I've had discussions with them, and they advise that they could achieve this in that timeline. That is why I'm sharing that with you all for your consideration as well. And then what that does is it allows the city to be involved in every step of the way as well, which you all drive the design, and that process is something that can be workshopped. It can bring in your feedback so that you can have a cost-effective delivery for that new city hall, should that be the approach. And again, we understand that federal level transit-oriented design loans are available, and also we can leverage private capital as far as making sure that this gets off the ground. And I want to just highlight that should the city want to contemplate this P3, it does not hinder on any of the other processes that are being done right now to evaluate the new city hall. And it doesn't also hinder the city commission to give an approach of design, bid, build, or CMAR if they would like. But this is something that you all have at your disposition right now available. And so what are the next steps? The next steps?
Greg, if I can interrupt though. So I did send you something. So I think you left out actually one more very important option besides design, bid, build, which is a very traditional delivery model. Design build is really a hybrid. So design build is where the architect and the contractor work together, and that could actually shave 12 to 18 months off the delivery time, and results in much better coordination between the architect and the general contractor in that. So I want to make sure when we're looking at this, we don't just look at the design, bid, build. We also contemplate design, build, because it has some of the aspects of a P3 without turning it over to the private sector. So just make sure that we factor that in as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Again, this was just a looking at two sides of the spectrum. We can bring back further analysis for your review, and a design build does streamline time. However, it can be very costly because you have the architect and you have the constructor both in the same team. It's a joint venture, and certainly it can be costly. So it's also something to consider. But certainly these are options for you all to contemplate. And so what are the next steps? Again, we're finalizing those assessments. As Guy mentioned, it could take up to 90 days. We hope to have it sooner. If we have any information that we feel requires a decision from City Commission, we will reach out to you in order to gain a special meeting so that we can get direction. As we know, the burn rate is quite extensive. And also, we will bring anything to you all via a meeting, a resolution, or motion. So that gives a conclusion of our City Hall update, and we're available to answer any questions.
Greg, can I ask you a question? This burn rate, it's really bothering me. So the $68,000, I assume that continues to come down as the ability to maintain the building becomes more manageable with fewer people and less operations continuing. So, when can we have a more refined figure so we know really what we're talking about? Where does it make more sense to go back in the building if we're talking about $10,000 a day versus $68,000 a day? Just trying to get a more realistic handle on what is the best approach and the most cost effective, because we're spending money renting space, so whether it's the burn rate or not. So there was another thing that was suggested to me, and that was that the burn rate would be X if we're not occupying it, and it might be X plus something if we are occupying it. Can you give us some clarification on that?
Sure. So right now, this burn rate is for maintaining the building in a steady state so that we can get our evaluations completed by our insurance appraisers, and so that we can get that value determination and bring you all data to make a decision whether to rehab or redo a city hall. Now, the other thing that I want to point out is that let's just say that there's a decision to rehabilitate City Hall. We can't just move in right now because this City Hall requires brand new electrical HVAC equipment. So there's a build period that needs to be factored in where we will still need to be displaced as rehabilitation efforts come online. All those estimates are being performed at this moment right now. So we hope that by the May 16th meeting, we will certainly have more information for you to consider and evaluate. And again, if we have anything sooner, we will share that with you so that you can start putting your thoughts together and determining the path.
Okay. Any other questions of the city manager?
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to reimagine what it means to be downtown for the city commission, for city hall, for city workers. I'd like us to start thinking very creatively about this. A proposal that we've talked about a little bit, and I want to reiterate it again, is if we can relocate administrative staff out of the downtown, put them in a part of town that is substantially cheaper on a per square foot basis, we may be able to go with a much smaller presence downtown that might just incorporate the city commission and public-facing staff like the city manager's office and so forth. I think we really need to step back when we look at long-term and ask ourselves who needs to be downtown and why before we start contemplating spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a new city hall. I think we need to determine if we need to do that. So again, I don't want to make that decision today. I want to get that out there.
Okay.
Because we may very well find that if we can relocate 75% of our staff to, the building up on, say, West Cypress, that one floor of an office building downtown is all we need for the city commission. Maybe 2 floors. I don't know, but I think we have an opportunity to really reimagine how we occupy downtown, who needs to be here, and to what purpose they need to be here. So just want to get that out there. Let's really get creative.
But let me, so I've heard you speak about that in a previous meeting, and we will have a full discussion on that.
Right.
But let me just caution us if you're thinking that way. Because the whole idea of trying to build a new city hall contemplated efficiencies that are gained by combining these departments in one location. Right now, we have a divided government in terms of we have the building department in the northwest, we have transportation and mobility a few blocks away from the main city hall. We have the legal, there's a lot of services that are spread around the city already. And I even hear the county dismembering itself, putting the supervisor of election out in Lauderdale, and they're also taking out the property appraiser and putting the property appraiser in another part of the county. And the thing is that there are certain efficiencies that are gained by having people working very close to one another in the same proximity, in the same building. And also, if we're looking to create a city that takes advantage of mass transportation, by dividing this government, you're taking this person's going to have to get into a car to go over there for one governmental use and take a car to go over there for still another governmental use. Whereas if we combine services in one location, people will be able to focus on one-stop operations in our downtown. And so I hear what you're saying, and there may be some benefits to that in terms of finding cheaper real estate, But in the end, I'm wondering how much are we really saving when we're actually causing the people who we serve to have to get into their car to go in different places when in fact we might be able to create efficiencies not only just for the people who we serve, but also the folks that work for us. They're able to interact with one another in a much more efficient way in a single building. That's just another approach at it. So we can talk about it. But
It's a good point. And again, I actually am not opposed to that. I think we can do both. And so one of the buildings that we're looking at has 75,000 square feet. We can consolidate all of those operations in one place to accomplish exactly what you're talking about. What I'm suggesting is that the city commission doesn't need to be adjacent to DSD. City commission doesn't need to be adjacent to HR and payroll and IT. So we can locate all those functions in one centralized location. But that doesn't have to be in downtown. The public is not going to the payroll department or to accounts payable. They don't need to be in the most expensive real estate we have in all of Fort Lauderdale.
Mayor, if I could just chime in, I believe it's really important for us to have everything concentrated downtown. I believe there is a synergy. I believe that we never know when we need to call upon certain administrative staff that might have to come to a commission meeting. I believe for the public, downtown is much more centrally located. I don't think it's fair to ask if people have to visit someone else in a different department to make that trip from the westernmost or southernmost part of town to go all the way to the northernmost part of town. I just think that as a city, and as a city that's looking forward to the future, we should be concentrated in the center of the city, in the downtown. And I believe that that's where we should provide all of the offices for every aspect of the city. I don't think that it's worth looking at whatever those savings will be, because I also think that we'll be able to take much more advantage of those transit-oriented development grants if we are located in the current location by the Bright Line and by all of the transportation where people can come to a new city hall that services all of the departments. And I have a feeling that some of those grants and some of those monies we will go after will hinge upon the types of services and the number of employees that we house by those transit-oriented sites, such as the one that we have now. Thanks.
I'm glad you bring that up, because the location I'm talking about is located directly adjacent to the Tri-Rail station, so it's a transit-oriented.
what location are you talking about?
Up on West Cypress, sir. So,
Which location?
the Kaplan University. So it's.
What is this thing about Kaplan? Do we have a relationship with Kaplan or something? Or
Well, it sits on airport property. So this is a building that's currently located on airport property. So we own the land, and it happens to be vacant. And I believe you've had an opportunity to go up there and tour it. So it
I have
would
not.
be able.
I
Okay.
have not toured it.
I'm sorry, I thought you did. But
No, I
it
have not
would.
toured it.
But I like it for exactly the reason that Commissioner Glassman brings up, is it is located adjacent to the Tri-Rail station. And I think transit-oriented development is something that we are actually trying to create in the uptown. We need to have more than just one employment center in Fort Lauderdale. Uptown is something we've been working on for well over a decade, going back to when Bruce Roberts was there. And I'm trying to look at opportunities to continue to facilitate the growth of Uptown as a secondary employment center, so that we're not concentrating all of the density of employment and traffic in one area. Spreading that out to other parts of the city has been part of the city's long-term master plan for over 2 decades.
It reminds me of the letter to the editor the other day, where a gentleman from Coral Springs was complaining that we shouldn't have our downtown be the home of City Hall. And I'm thinking, what does he want? Us to put it in Coral Springs? No, I just don't think. We can have the conversation, but again, I am just going to disagree with this approach to moving staff to Cypress Creek Road, because that's not accessible for the overwhelming majority of our population in our city that needs to have centralized services, everybody in one place, make it easy on the public. So I'm just really opposed to moving out of downtown. Thanks.
Just a couple words, if I can.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, each one of you, John, you said one word, and Dean, you said a word, and don't shoot me for this. I don't think we're deciding today, but I think John threw it out there that the word is opportunity, and this is an opportunity to start thinking outside the box. What we do, we could decide later, but he's throwing things out. In that vein, I was going to actually throw 2 other thoughts out. Please don't shoot me with this, but maybe we could reevaluate combining with city-county government centers, something that sort of went by the wayside. This might be a time, if we're going to have to move anyway. Don't have to decide today, think about it. And the other one, Dean, you said the word, I hate to say it's one-stop shop. Maybe.
I didn't say one-stop shop. I said one-stop.
Okay, but I added the word shop. Okay. Maybe there's an opportunity to move the one-stop shop project back where the city hall used to be and open that back up for park or public.
Yeah,
Don't have to decide.
that's not outside the box, Commissioner. That's ridiculous. Okay,
All right,
it's
you know what?
not.
Let's move
It's
on.
both of those suggestions.
Let's move on. We'll have that.
Well, no,
See what you
both
did,
of those.
Commissioner.
the answer is this is an opportunity to think of
We
things.
cannot revisit everything that we've done in the last 5 years, Commissioner. I'm sorry. You know, we just have to keep moving forward, not looking backwards. One stop's decided, and the county planned government center with them, that's decided too. We decided that we're not doing that for really good reasons. So I'm not open to revisiting those two issues at all.
Well, that's fine, Steve.
We can't do that anyway. We're under
No, it's not going to
contract
happen today.
anyway,
Nothing's
so-
happening today.
Okay, let's move on. All right. Business 3. This is discussion regarding additional funding for city-sponsored events. There's one person here, Leslie Williams, who has to leave. Has she left already? All right. So I'm just going to let you speak because you have to leave in a minute, but we normally don't ask speakers to speak until after we've had a conversation regarding this. But I'm sorry? Can you stay a few extra minutes? Okay, good. Okay. So, okay, this is the discussion on additional funding for city-sponsored events. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, so as a request from the commission, wanted to look at the events, and also there's a request to expand on certain events. So right now, Assistant Director Carl Williams is going to talk about events and what are those associated costs and what are opportunities that exist.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, Commissioner Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Deputy Director. I am here before you to talk about the funding that we have for our events in Carter Park Jams and Summer Jams. Ultimately, when we look at our events landscape and how we've been able to produce events, it's recently been a bit challenging to produce events with the increase in costs to supplies, but more specifically, sound and stage. And specifically, as we talk about Carter Park Jams and Summer Jams, to be able to produce these events, the sound and stage is critical to those events, especially with the quality that we've had in the past. And so, as such, we're here to have a discussion to seek some direction on how you'd like to proceed with funding for these particular events.
You're the mayor.
I didn't realize the mayor had stepped away. Okay, all right. In regards to Mr. Williams and his introduction, is there anyone that would like to speak in regards to the cost and the expenses for Carter Park and Summer Jam?
I do have a couple of comments on this agenda item, and I'm gonna phrase this in terms of what we've been listening to all day today. I'm going to phrase this in terms of priorities that our city's facing right now. I just don't think this is even necessary to have this discussion right now. We're dealing with neighborhoods that are screaming for stormwater improvements. We're dealing with millions and millions and millions of dollars in damage. We're dealing with people suffering. We're dealing with what we heard from our Budget Advisory Board, and I would invite him to come and speak to us again. We heard what he said about priorities. I just think that this sends an awful message to the public now if what we've heard all day is already going to be supplanted by a discussion of let's have some more money for concerts and events and parties. I just think this is just not the time to have this conversation.
And Commissioner, I agree with you. This is what we said last time, and going forward, we didn't get an opportunity to say to table this again or what we need to do, but I am in agreement that we can table this for further discussion because we do have priority with what's going on in our districts pertaining to those victims from the stormwater damage.
Yes, and when I look at the backup that the city has given us, I personally believe that $100,000 for summer jams is very adequate, Carl, and I thank you for all the information that we have here. So I'm not in favor of adding another $60,000. I believe there were some issues last summer. We got a report on that. So I just think that this is just not the time, Mayor, to be having this conversation about adding monies that possibly could be used for helping people and in their suffering. And also, even if we can hire, we heard about public safety today, how important that is. We could hire an additional police officer.
So does the commission want to just keep the status quo at this point?
No, I don't want to keep
I'm
it
sorry, I
status
misunderstood you.
quo.
I misunderstood.
What I'm asking, if we would just table it for now, because this pertains actually to all the events in the city, not only what's going on in District 3. And I think we'll be doing a disservice to the citywide if we do not discuss this completely. My request is that we put this off. Last time I told was it's not tabled, but move the discussion for another date.
So when do you want to bring this back, Vice Mayor?
We could just let that be pending, because until we get our citizens in a place where they're not still dealing with FEMA and issues with their homes with flooding, I think will be disrespectful.
All right, so why don't we bring this back in 30 days then?
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I'm opposed to that, and I want to explain why. Okay. I really believe that the time to discuss this is during this entire budget cycle that we've begun for the next fiscal year. Budget Advisory Board just told us today that they didn't think this was a good idea. They told us that we're spending $2.4 million on events right now in the city. This commission has approved a budget for this particular fiscal year. That's it. It's set. And the reason that the events were set the way they were to basically mitigate some of the, well, I'm not going to get into those details, but to mitigate some of the issues that we had last year with events. So the City Commission looked at a brand new list of events and budgetary numbers assigned with that. We approved it. It's in this fiscal year's budget. I would recommend that we listen to what the Budget Advisory Board has to say to us on June 20th about events. I would also recommend that if people are not happy with the $2.4 million that we're spending on events, let's look for sponsorships. Why is that such a foreign word? We can get people to sponsor these events, as we often do in many of the events that we have in the city. So, Mayor, I'm not in favor of tabling this for 30 days. I'm in favor of it rolling into the budgetary process that we're going through now for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Well, you can't.
Let me please respond to that. Okay. My concern with what is here being presented, there's funds for similar events that are getting certain amount of dollars. And I wasn't here when the budget was put in before, but I think it's not fair to us not to determine how funding was determined when these events mirror one another. That's my concern. I don't want to talk about this today, but we seem to keep moving forward, talking about it, but let's table it so we can address those similarities, is my request, Mayor.
And I think that's fair. I think, just to answer your question, though, I think these numbers were based on previous year's expenses.
But no one can show that to me. I've been asking for
Yeah.
2017, 18, 19. Didn't ask for 20 because of pandemic.
Right.
These are the things that I want to see.
Okay.
And then we don't have to discuss that. If you show it to me in writing, show me the invoices, show me the receipts. That's all we're asking.
All right, so do you think you can get that information to the Vice Mayor?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, and that way we'll have a frame of reference in which to discuss this, because to Commissioner Glassman's point, I mean, we did hear from our Budget Advisory Board today that we have some real big challenges. So, and plus, not just hearing from them, but also because of the flood victims, you know, we may want to be prepared for any further expenses necessary in order to bring the city forward. So, all right, so we'll table this for now.
Thank you.
And then we'll wait to hear from the Vice Mayor as to when this should be brought back. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners.
Who's talking?
This is Greg.
Oh.
So we will keep this budget for now until further discussion.
Correct.
And our planning efforts will remain the same.
Yes.
We're under this budget.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, just wait. Does anyone else on the commission have anything they'd like to add? Nothing. Okay, so we have several people who signed up to speak. Have 2 minutes, if you don't mind. Leslie Williams. Leslie, are you here? Okay, there you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor,
Thank you for your
Commissioners.
patience.
Pull
Yes.
the mic down.
Everything that the commissioners and everything have just been said is my point exactly, so I don't have to talk for 2 minutes.
Well, which point is it?
The point where I think the money that is expended already or allocated already should be enough, and the storm victims and what we would be doing with that money instead would be greater value to the residents other than more parties. I attend them, they're great, but we need to look at prioritizing the funding.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right, great, thank you. Christopher Purcell, followed by Yolanda Spence, followed by Donna Guthrie. Donna, are you here? Yeah, there you are.
Good afternoon,
Christopher?
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, there you are.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners. A lot was said that I wanted to make a point on, but on the flood, one of the main problems I had, I'm in the center of Melrose Park, 550 East Campus Circle. I'm in the dead center. It's the lowest point in the neighborhood. The water was held there for a longer period of time.
But wait, we're talking about spending money for events.
Oh,
Now, we're not
events.
talking about flooding.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't
So
the-
let's just focus on that, if you don't mind.
Okay, I oppose the event.
You oppose what?
The event, the
Okay.
extra spending.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yolanda Spence, followed by Donna Guthrie, followed by Claudia O'Connor. Is Yolanda here? There you
Hi.
go. Hello.
Yolanda Spence, Melrose Park. I agree with the commissioner. It is an insult to us. I was flooded. I live behind the ditch. We still have water in the ditch. The homeowners, we need help, and to just allocate extra funds for events right now is an insult to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Guthrie, followed by Claudia O'Connor, followed by Bevan Pettit.
Hi. So I'm here to say thank you to the mayor and to the city manager. They were excellent. They went above and beyond in helping with the flooding in Melrose Park. You know, they were very, very engaged and responsive. And I'm with the rest of the folks that's going to say, instead of asking for additional funding for events, we shouldn't be doing that at this time. And, you know, we need to think out of the box sometime with events. We have kids that are, you know, we have students from Dillard and the other schools that would help, that would DJ. We don't have to pay DJs. We don't have to pay a lot of people. Like Steve said, we could get sponsors for these events instead of spending much needed taxpayer dollars. So again, thank you guys for the hard work you did over the crazy, crazy flooding. I was flooded, everybody here was flooded. But we need to really look at money for helping people in that situation and not having additional parties. You know, the money is already allocated for the parties. And we need to have these events because it brings us together as a city, as a community. I'm not saying not to have the events. I'm just saying at this time, you know, to ask for funding for that. And there's already funding, and you have, you know, there's already thinking out the box alternative where we could do that without spending additional city funds. Thank you, guys.
Ms. Donna, before you leave, I left you, I called you the day of the storm. I never did hear back
No,
from you.
you didn't call me. You did not call me.
Okay.
Everybody that called me the day of the storm, and the last commission meeting, you said you reached out to every HOA.
It is true.
No,
I
don't have a missed call from you.
Excuse me. I'm not saying this to cause any type of argument.
I'd be happy if you'd call me.
The
because a
same
lot of
number
people
that
are
I
calling
gave
me.
my assistant to call you on the day, the Thursday morning, I called all the HOAs in the district. I called and I left a message, and I was trying to get in touch with you.
No.
But I want you to know, okay, I've been out, I've been talking to many of the neighbors, and also You know, I've been trying to get into your meeting. I understand that your building is flooded, and we're hoping to get into your June meeting as you expressed it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And you said you called me. I was actually on the phone with one of my residents. She's here. We did a conference call into your office that morning at 9 o'clock. She was the one that was crying on your phone, Dion. We conferenced and nobody picked up. So I called your office with her.
The phones were
and
out at
nobody
City
called
Hall,
me, because
and I
everybody that
called.
called me got a response. Thank you.
But the phones at City Hall were out on Thursday morning, but I did reach out to you. Thank you.
Claudia O'Connor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claudia O'Connor. I live in Melrose Park since 1995, and I live close to a ditch. 6 o'clock, the water was all the way up, and I was wondering if you guys could use some of that money to build the wall higher. 11:30, I was afraid. I couldn't go to sleep. The water was up at my door already.
What street do you live on?
Iowa Avenue.
Iowa Avenue. Yeah, that was bad.
Very bad.
Very bad. I drove right there.
I worked at a school. I'm a custodian. I was stuck there for days. I had to have someone with a truck came.
Did it go into your house?
Almost. It didn't, thank God, but I was in fear.
Right.
Now, fun. We love to have fun. I don't have a lot of fun. But yes, some of that money could be allocated. Now, keep in mind that FEMA, even though a lot of people got damaged, is not every resident qualified for FEMA. Your water have to be a certain height, this, that. So, you know, we need some help over there in Melrose Park. I have no intention of selling my house. I live there. I invested in the community. I love my community. And this is my first meeting, shame on me, but I think I'll be coming more often. Yes.
Bevan Pettit, followed by Christine Jones, followed by Michael Chambers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm also a resident of Melrose, and I've been sitting there and I feel like I'm a stepchild because I've been hearing about the other places, Melrose Manor, Edgewood, and I sympathize with everyone because we're all in the same position. But this is my second time in 22, was it, or 20? I got flooded out. I had wooden floors on my floor. I had to pick everything up, furnitures, couches, and to put them on the sidewalks. This time again, the same thing. In the backyard, I have the canal. And it's the same level. I don't have an embankment because mine is going down like this. I don't have an embankment, so the water in my backyard the canal in my backyard is on the same level. So that when that is full, my yard is full. It's like when I'm short, but it's above my knee. And it climbs up the step to the back door. I'm getting it from the street level, coming inside my house, and I'm totally flooded.
So your canal was elevated too? Your canal water was elevated too?
Oh, yes. Yeah. My backyard was full. I have debris. I have pictures on my phone, and it's very sad. I don't know how much more anyone should be living like this, walking through sewer water in the house, and it's just miserable. Now I get anxiety when I hear rain, because right now there's still water sitting in the canal. So I don't know what's going to be done, but we need something to be done.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm not in agreement with the fund being spent right now because I represent a lot of the people, not just here in Melrose, but I think for everyone that's gone through this situation and the second time, it's horrible. It's very horrible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Christine Jones, followed by Michael Chambers, followed by Justin Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all commissioners. I am your newly elected representative for the City Council, so I represent District 3. Now, I know we talked about Melrose Park, Melrose Manor, Edgewater, but you know in District 3, we also had flooding in Hillmont Heights. We had flooding in Dillard Homes. We had flooding in everything that's in 311. We consider that as Fort Lauderdale, even though it's unincorporated Broward. I had an elderly lady who her whole garage flooded out on her. She's like 80-something years old. While we don't have, and of course, Mill Pond Park flooded out also. It came over into the road. So now, I don't have a problem with people having fun, but when it comes to spending extra money for events, when these folks are not even qualified probably for FEMA, that's a major problem. I think that the city should look at how they can assess that type money to help other residents who will not be able to get FEMA. They won't be covered by that. And a lot of those people don't even have flood insurance. So that's another issue. Yes, we're in District 3, so we'll be looking for folks to come out and talk to us about what's happening, what can be done to help us out as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Michael Chambers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. I live in Melrose Park, and I'm living near the center, which is right on Florida Avenue near campus. The whole Melrose Park is designed where from the 4 quadrants inwards slope downwards to the center where the church is. So the lowest point is where the church is and anything around the campus circle roads. The lowest point, we're talking about water up to chest height. Literally. With the last flooding we had back in 2020, it wasn't so bad. It was waist height water. This time around, it was chest height water. The problem is that there is a soakaway system that was designed and put in place by Broward County in 2006, 2007, before we were annexed to Fort Lauderdale. I saw the engineer, I said to him, that is not going to help because it's already a soakaway system. It's not going to be going to resolve the problem. It has to be a proper storm drain system with pipes with force main going through the system. It cannot be just a soakaway as we have right now. We're going to be revisiting the same problem again, over and over again, because we're having more serious floodings, more heavy rainfalls at different times of the year. In 2020, it was October and November. This year is in April. Next year, what we're going to be? Going to be in March, in February, or in January, in December? It could be any time, depending on how the rain falls. So until we have proper drainage system, instead of having trucks pumping, we have standby pumps that with 8-inch lines that can move water away. There are certain roads, especially on Kentucky Drive, where there is a storm drain connected into the Broward County system. And that's where the trucks were dumping the water from their pump for the trucks. That's what they were doing then. And other areas where there's storm drains outside of the purview of Melrose Park, they were dumping there to get back into the neighborhood fast enough. And also, when it comes to the point of the funding, there are people, we weren't impacted greatly because we had to raise our garage floor because the last flooding in 2020, we lost everything in the garage. In raising it, we were able to save everything else that was in there. Other people were not as fortunate as us. A lot of people don't have insurance because when they bought the houses, they were not told of the flooding that would take place. And some of them probably didn't purchase the flood insurance. And also you have to be a certain height. If it's below a certain level, you're not going to get funding. People were damaged. Furniture were all damaged. So if those funds, instead of for fund, which I don't mind, could be averted or diverted to the helping those people who are going to fall through the cracks from the FEMA support or help system, then it could be identified as to who those people are and have those funds directly going to them.
Thank you,
Mayor,
sir.
before you bring the next speaker up for point of order, aren't we only talking about funding and not the flooding?
Yes, I appreciate your comment, and yes, I think we should stay on message. So if you intend to come up here and speak, there's only one more person who signed up to speak. I have Brian Donahue. I'm sorry?
Dion.
Is it Donaldson?
Dion Taylor.
All I have is this. This is the last one I have.
But Dion is here.
Do you have others?
No, just have one. She's at 14.
Oh, Dion Taylor?
Dion, yes.
It says you didn't want to speak. You want to speak now? Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Gotta speak to the mic, Ms. Dion.
Hi, everybody. In nursing, there's a thing that we say, stop the bleed. You stop the bleed. And in healthcare, there's a thing called prioritizing. What is essential, what is equitable, what is doing the right thing. And I'm all for fun and, you know, getting together, especially after COVID. We all want to get together and let our hair down, so to speak. I did not have flood insurance. And when I hear $2-point-something million for a get-together, again, like Vice Mayor said, I feel very offended by that, because I'm sure I'm not going to qualify for FEMA. I had stool coming up, but because the water was not up to the level of the electrical outlet, I'm told I would not be qualified. There was also water in the garage. All my inventory got destroyed for my small business.
All right, let's just focus on the,
Okay.
yeah.
So what I'm saying is this, is to stop the bleed, is to figure out what do we need as a community, what is imperative, what is relevant now, fluid, in real time, and it is to ascertain the needs of the community who are suffering financial loss because of a natural quote-unquote desire.
Okay.
Now, another thing I wanted to say, Mayor, please, pardon me, forgive me.
It's okay.
There was something that was said that was an error, that the drain was cleaned out in March. The drains were not cleaned in Melrose Park. I can't speak for anywhere else, but it was not clean. And what happened, what they're doing, is they're using a chemical. And with the chemical, you have the debris, and it's piling up the trash. The soot from the trees and the plant that are being killed with the chemical is what's helping to clog the area up. So the issue is, if they can literally clean it out instead of using a chemical and leave the debris, that would help. And that's it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Can someone speak to that issue, Mr. Dodd or Dr. Gassman? Tell us, because I heard a number of complaints about those
ditches not being cleaned.
Those
Debris, not only the set, but debris, furniture, all types of
and I've been
items
hearing
that
it
are in the
actually
ditch.
not just in Melrose, but actually many parts of the city. But I think it may be just a rapid accumulation of debris, which seems to be, you know, I think these rivers of water just kind of washed everything off of people's front yards, and we suddenly had this huge accumulation of debris. Do you have any thoughts on that,
Right.
Dr. Gassman?
Dr. Nancy Gassman, Assistant Public Works Director, Sustainability. So the Melrose ditch gets, all trash and debris are removed on a monthly basis. The last time that happened was on March. It's a multi-day process. They finished it on March 28th. Staff went through on March 31st and verified that the work had been done according to the contract. So the woman that just spoke was talking about a new service that we're providing is to try to reduce the amount of weeds in the ditch, which we have heard many, many complaints about, that the weeds are happening, the weeds occur faster than our mowing. With our brand new contract, we are now mowing the ditch 8 times a year. Previously, we mowed it 4 times a year. And in addition to that, we are doing some weed control. So I think that part of what she's suggesting is that in our attempt to control weeds, that's creating some debris that's getting into the ditch from the dying plants. When we have a saturated water table, to your point, Mayor, anything that's anywhere on the surface will flow into the ditch. That includes if there is during our debris cleanout after this event, we found dressers and couches and a lot of other things that had to be placed in the ditch. I mean, those items didn't just end up in the ditch because of overland flow. People placed those things in the ditch. So we have a problem with illegal dumping in some of the areas of the ditch. And again, we do a regular inspection once a month to try to address those issues. So I don't believe that we have increased the maintenance in that ditch substantially with our current contract. And we continue to be very diligent about making sure that it is functioning the way it's designed and making sure that we are keeping it as clean as possible. But we could certainly use the help of the community to let us know when something's been illegally dumped in the ditch so that we can remove those items, and to have their support in not putting things in the ditch as well.
Dr. Gassman, if I may, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, I'm sorry.
It's Gassman.
Okay, Gassman. Couple things. How many ditches are in Melrose Park? How many?
There's 2.5 miles of ditch.
So is that one embankment or multiple?
It is a connected system. When you look at it, it kind of looks like a J, but it comes from toward the center, it runs south, then it comes around to the southwest, goes up the western edge, and then it comes back over to along the northern edge to Kentucky.
Okay. I heard you say that monthly the ditch is someone goes out and look at the ditch.
They inspect and remove all the trash from the ditch.
Okay. With your inspection, I'm going to ask that a before and an after picture on that monthly basis.
So we do that, and it is
I haven't gotten
QAlert.
one. I've been there since December. I haven't seen that.
It's not posted, ma'am. It's not something we publish. It's part of our own documentation and record keeping.
I would like to have a copy of that sent to me.
Sure.
That's my request, okay? Because this isn't the first time I heard this from the Melrose Park. And I understand that there are elements that may be taking place, but when individuals in the city only see the debris, and even if you go out on Sunday, or excuse me, on Thursday, and someone looks out on the following Wednesday and there's debris there again, there's a way that we need to relay that so we all know that we're working together. So not saying it's not being done, but just for transparency, I would like to have a before and after picture when they go out on the monthly basis. Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the things that we had provided to the neighborhood, because we know that there's a concern that there's a perception that the ditch is not being maintained, is that in December we provided a flyer mailed to all the residents that provided them with the information on the timelines for when the ditch is being maintained and the different type of services that were being provided.
Okay, thank you. And if I can get a copy of that as well.
Happy to provide it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
That's the only question I have for Dr.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gassman.
Mr. Mayor, can I just?
Who's that? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm
yeah.
sorry, because I wasn't, if I could make a comment. Are there any other speakers?
Mr. Donaldson, yes.
Okay. Can we allow Mr. Donaldson to speak and then?
Do you have a question, Dr. Gassman?
Yeah, no, this is not for her. There's two misrepresented questions here, but I could wait till later on.
All right, just one more person.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, Brian Donaldson. And you need to spell your name correctly.
It was in haste.
Yeah,
I wanted to do
understand
the
that.
official form, so you didn't think
I've given up mind reading for
that I
Lent,
didn't just
okay?
rush the stage.
How did he spell it? I'm just curious. Oh, my God.
Sort of like your signature.
Go ahead, please.
Let's not waste any more time on how I spelled my name. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. The $2.4 million number was what was spent the prior year. Our current budget in 2023 is $1.8 million. Why I'm speaking is...
So you've reduced it from the previous year?
Yes, because there was a situation where the actual cost came in much higher last year on an event that had not been approved to go to that number. So to use that actual number would be incorrect when projecting this number. So what I wanted to clarify with the Vice Mayor is that when we were looking at these events, and you said similar events and different pricing, the Summer Jams and the Sistrunk and the Great American Beach Party and the Los Olas Ocean Park activation were all at that same number. They're the only ones that were six figures in this year's budget. The only other two were the Riverwalk, which is not just a one-day event, it was for the whole year of 232, and then the citywide 4th of July at 400. So one of the things that we were talking about for 2024, which will be coming back to you, is we were evaluating and wondering and challenging staff as to how we could get, because we don't think that when looking at trying to look at public safety and things that we know are going to be a challenge in next year's budget, we as a group didn't feel as if 1.8 million was still adequate. I mean, we think it's not necessary. So we were looking at how could staff tell us how many participants at each of these events and try to look at some of that. So instead of bringing you in June, so I wanted to have more conversation now before I bring it to you in June for 24 and then say we can't afford to do this. So that was my point.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Okay. I have no questions for Mr. Donaldson at this time.
Okay.
Again, I was trying to get to the point, we're not discussing the funds at this point.
Okay.
But I wanted to make a point to my constituents. It looked like they have all left, but trying to give a clarity as to the efforts of what we've been doing to get information out pertaining to the flooding that had occurred in
Okay.
our district. This is the point why we decided to table this conversation, because they're a reminder of what the city has put together at Shirley Park for information, for water, for Red Cross, for FEMA, opportunities for our neighbors to understand and receive those resources, as well as volunteers from our community that's been going out, knocking on doors, encouraging our neighbors in District 3 to take part in the neighborhood assessment survey. This is very important. That way the city will know where the services are needed and you will learn what is available. And that's the point I was trying to get to before all of my constituents left the room.
Okay.
Okay?
They're still listening.
No.
They're still listening.
I don't want to talk about, because what we said, we were not going to talk about the events and the fundings. And
Okay.
we did anyway. So my opportunity left the room, and I'm not
Okay.
pleased with that. Not saying it to you, just
Okay.
the way that this line of questioning will go.
So just so that we're all clear, that we probably in June will be suggesting to go down, not up, in funding on these events, including
Understood.
summer jams.
I understood that. I got it the first time you said it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And once again, wanting District 3 to understand that we are working with the city. There's things that are being put in place to get more information out. District 3, we are getting the information to you. I understand that there's a lack of communication because of everyone does not use social media, everyone does not necessarily have internet still. So there's some things that we have been doing, knocking on doors, doing neighbor-to-neighbor type relay information. And then also, in the next several days, there'll be other opportunities that you will see coming from District 3 to make sure that the district-wide is aware of what's available through the city and through FEMA. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Sturman.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Vice Mayor. We have the same concerns. City Manager, I don't know if I need Chief Golan, but maybe you could answer it. Two people said the same thing, and I think it's misinformation, if you could clarify it. I know that when we were trying to qualify for FEMA, we had certain criteria, and it had to be 18 inches of water, and it had to be this, and going on and on certain things here. And if it wasn't over a certain level, it's not counted for us to qualify as a community. Now that we're FEMA qualified, people think those same criteria are the basis of which they put a claim in. And I've heard two people today say, oh, we didn't hit that threshold, so we're not going to put a claim in. I think that doesn't hold. Is that correct?
So what we encourage everyone, if you had any type of damage, put in a claim. Go to disasterassistance.gov, fill out the application. It's important that you do it, even if you had less than 18 inches, even if you had 12 inches, because there may be other criteria that each case manager will review. That initial assessment was to determine if we as a community, as a whole, would be considered at a federal level, which we surpassed when we handed over our count 900, thanks to fire rescue and building inspection people that went out every day. We were able to generate that number quickly. So again, everyone, please call 1-800-621-FEMA or www.disasterassistance.gov, and fill out your application.
So even if you don't have that quote, 18 inches, we're encouraging everybody to
Even
do-
if you didn't
correct.
have it, maybe you had vehicle damage, maybe you had, just your floor. I mean, all that augments to some type of damage. We encourage everyone to fill that out.
Thank you for that clarification.
Does that conclude your remarks?
That concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to business 4. This is an update on the city attorney search. Mr. Spence. Or who's gonna?
Actually,
oh, HR. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Jerome Post
I'm
will
sorry.
talk about that.
He has a conflict of interest. It's not on.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Jerome Post, Director of Human Resources. Tough act to follow. My heart goes out to all of our residents, but as was pointed out earlier today, we do have continuity of operations that we must maintain. Some of that continuity includes recruitment, and one of those recruitments is the city attorney position that has been vacant. So I do have a brief update for you, and there is some guidance that is being requested on your parts this afternoon. So if we could advance the slide, I will go over a few more items. Okay, the position was posted from March 14th to the 17th. We have a list there of 10 sites, publications, professional organizations, et cetera, where the position was posted. And that is, those were up for the full 30 days plus in most cases. Do you have any questions about any of those? Yep, we can move along. Thank you.
Why don't we cut to the chase here?
Okay, the total result of the recruitment was that there were 16 applicants total. There were only 6 applicants that met the minimum qualifications that were established by the commission at the beginning of this, and those minimum qualifications are there. We can move forward. The Citizens Committee has met twice, and this is the committee that the commission has established to review the applicants to be brought forward to the commissioners. They met first on April 20th, and as you can see there, they did meet again yesterday on the 1st. Mr. Romney Rogers Sr. was elected chair. He is with us today if you have any questions. Mr. Erlandson was elected the vice chair. We can move forward. The biggest question the committee had is whether the commission is even comfortable with proceeding with only 6 candidates, or does the commission want the position to be reposted? The committee determined that at least one of the 6 is not qualified, so we're actually down to 5 qualified candidates. If the position is reposted, does the commission want to revisit the idea of using an executive recruiter? And I put the note in there, this is indeed what the committee has recommended. This would allow for the ability for a recruiter to actively beat the bushes, if you will, and recruit candidates from pools that they may have on hand. It might provide for a greater diversity of candidates. At this point, they are all male. We do not know any of the race or other ethnicities. We did not advertise the salary range. That was done purposely because this is a non-classified position that we do not have on our pay plan. It is a contractual position, as you know. The salary is negotiated, and it was assumed on HR staff's part that candidates would know that, and they would be able to negotiate when the right time came. You can move forward. So the questions from the committee, besides whether we should repost and or whether we should reuse an executive firm, if we decide to repost, would you like the committee to continue on with the candidates who did apply? They did evaluate the candidates at their meeting yesterday and came to some conclusions. The other question was whether the minimum requirement that was on one of the earlier slides regarding 3 or more years of litigation and appellate experience, whether that is actually necessary. We also had a question as to whether there would be a date the commission would like to interview candidates, knowing how difficult it is to get on the commissioners' schedules, and there will be a summer vacation or recess coming up soon. Finally, does the commission want to meet with the committee in joint session prior to interviewing those candidates? So I invite some discussion, questions I can answer for you.
Well, can we ask Romney to come up to the microphone?
Mr. Rogers?
Former Commissioner Rogers. Romney, thank you for coming today.
Certainly.
What are your thoughts on the results that we received?
Well, I think the committee came to the conclusion that the pool was probably not broad enough for you all to have a real selection. And although there's some qualified people there, and you know, one in particular I think could certainly do the job, I think the question becomes, are you all comfortable with just that small of a pool? I mean, this is a big job. We know that. It's an important job. I would have hoped it would attract, you know, more folks. And it might be that there's, you know, more recruiting that needs to be done in order to get people to apply.
Would you recommend we hire a recruiting agency instead of just putting an ad out there? Someone who can reach out into the pool of candidates? Because we know that recruiters have their, they have their ears to the ground. They know what's happening out in the industry, and people who might be looking for a job may not necessarily want it publicized. Do you think a recruiting agency might be appropriate in this case?
Yeah, a couple of things. One that Jerome mentioned, the fact that there was no posting of a possible range of salary, I think was probably not attractive. In other words, for instance, there was, one applicant I think that was making $50,000 a year. Now, I don't know what their perception was of this job, but it's going to be more than that. So, that's one of the ways that we agreed that we're going to dissect the resumes, so to speak. A range of what this job would pay, could pay, not that it will pay, but you know what I mean. And then what are they making now? That's certainly an indicator of, I think, experience and ability.
All right, so does anyone have any questions of Mr. Rogers? Yes.
How many applicants did we start out with, just for the conversation? How many applicants were?
16?
16 that applied.
16 that applied, but only 6 met the criteria.
And only 5, I understand, one did not reach.
One of the 6, in our opinion, does not.
Okay.
For instance, the person had state attorney experience. They had government experience, but state attorney experience.
Well, Mayor, the good news is we've gone to shortlisting really quickly. This is the bright side. Right. I do have questions, but after Vice Mayor, I want to make sure she finishes.
Right.
What?
All right, did you finish it?
I'll finish my question.
Okay, yes,
your
Commissioner.
remark just got me, yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Thank you, Mayor. So Romney, help me understand, and was there any discussion, or even if Jerome could also weigh in, any reason we think that the number of applicants was so low? I'm not sure exactly how many typically apply if we use a recruiting team, but I'll ask that question first, and then I'll remind everyone that we did go through an exercise where we decided not to use a recruiting team. But help me understand if you have an idea of why the numbers were so low, and what kind of outreach did we do? How far and wide did we cast that net to let people know in the country that this was happening?
Yeah, well, I think the criteria were up there. I believe from what Jerome said, there's probably enough publication and, the Florida Bar Journal and all these other journals, but it's only for 30 days. If you don't look at that, you're not going to come across it. In my opinion, the job is not an easy job, right, and not everybody obviously qualifies. You all know that. And so, That's why I've come to the conclusion that if somebody's in that position that they do qualify, they're probably already in a job that they like. So you're going to have to sort of entice them to come on over, so to speak. And sometimes that takes, you know,
Should we put on a
somebody knocking
billboard
at
in
the door.
Chicago? Should we put on a billboard in Chicago in the winter?
Well, they got to be Florida Bar
Yeah,
certified.
that's true.
Right.
A member of the Florida Bar, so we don't go international.
And we did, correct me if I'm wrong, but we did, I mean, I read the what went out. It looked extensive. It looked very thorough. It certainly, I think, painted the picture of what Fort Lauderdale is about and what our needs are in terms of a city attorney. I didn't find fault with what was sent out there. Although I do know that, and I've had this discussion with staff already about maybe we didn't need someone with appellate experience. I think that was listed in there. And maybe that is handled by other folks or even, you know, outside counsel. I don't know. I think we had litigation was a qualification. Is that necessarily important when we sometimes outsource that also?
Well, that was part of the discussion around the table. And as you all know, Commissioner Herbst's designee is Richard Weiss, who has been a city attorney in a firm of city attorneys. And he doesn't think that the litigation piece or the appellate piece is a necessity. You know, I don't know. I feel a little bit differently. I don't think it's, you know, the top level, but, you know, you all, when you have to settle a case, you take the advice of your city attorney. And certainly, you know, somebody who's litigated can maybe give you a different feel that somebody hasn't. But I don't think it's a gotta have with the right person.
Well, I agree with you, Romney. Not that you have to be expert in it. I mean, I think at some point in a lawyer's career, they've all done it once. I know I've argued before the Supreme Court of Florida once. We know the experience. Doesn't mean we have to be expert in it, but I think some background in it is important. And so to have listed that as a qualification, I think, you know, you have to know something about the process in order to be able to direct others to pursue it. So I just, you know, that the city attorney may not be the actual litigator in each case, but they should at least know the process and know how to direct, you know, and delegate other people, even if it's outside counsel. But anyway, I think those are minor tweaks. I think that there's a fundamental issue here, and maybe it was the length of time in which we advertised it. Maybe, you know, people are content where they are today. Maybe they're not sure what working for Fort Lauderdale is good for them or not good for them. You know, everyone has personal concerns. You know, if they have to move their family to Fort Lauderdale, they may be, you know, right now working in Daytona, Orlando, or Tampa. So I personally think that we should probably hire a recruiting firm. Because I think we'll get much more qualified candidates, and they'd be pre-qualified, and would help the process going forward.
And how much time do we lose then, or how much more time does that take us to get to we had expressed before that we wanted to hire an attorney by June. That doesn't look good, but also Jerome or Romney, if maybe you could help me understand the last time we did a search, how many people applied? Do we remember?
I did request that information from Colin Benziger, who conducted that search. He said a total of 65 people applied. There were only 11 of those that they actually considered as qualified.
Okay, well, that's interesting, because if they only considered 11 and we're at 5 or 6, we're not that far away.
Yeah,
so,
but they're not that. They can't. If you listen to if you talk to any of the people on the board, they're not. No one really stood out as being, you know, someone that they thought should be a city attorney.
Well, Commissioner Rogers thought that one could have done the job.
And that's stretching it.
Well, I mean, you know, you all might know him. You know, on paper, he's very well qualified. I know him individually, and he's certainly a good lawyer. But you might be, you know, there's other issues there. So
right, there are other issues with him. I know.
I just think the dynamics of the position is very important, as you all know, and I think you want the best of the best if you can get them. And you know, the committee is fine with keeping working if you want us to, but you know, we probably don't have a whole lot more to do. But Richard recommended, which I thought was a good idea, that we're even happy to talk to those people who they list as their references directly. And I think that's a good idea. I think search firms do that too, but sometimes, you know, a non-professional asking those questions can elicit other information. So we're happy to keep working if you want us to. On the other hand, if we go out and start over, that's okay too.
Mr. Mayor, I think that we decided last time, if we do use a search firm, we're not going to do the same process. We have to let the city managers, when he just picks one.
Right, let the city manager take over the process, yeah.
Right.
I'm good with that. I think that'll help move it more quickly. Even though I love Dwayne, you're doing a great job, Dwayne. I just think that we promised you we'd move forward on this, so.
You've already broken that promise.
Not all of us.
But thank you for the kind words.
I'm getting used to you. Do we have a consensus to allow the city manager to move forward?
I think so. I think so.
Just help me understand what we're doing.
Yes, that's
Allow the city manager to pick a search firm and try to reach out again to see who we could.
Will it be one of those firms that we already rejected?
No, we didn't reject any of them.
Well,
we didn't reject any of them.
We rejected all of them.
No, one of them couldn't even get on the internet, so maybe.
No, we decided not to go with any of them.
If I can clarify, what happened at that session is that the Broward Code of Ethics for elected officials, the provision that prevents you from being involved with the selection process, was raised late in the game. And so we discontinued that process, and the commission decided to go with HR. So with regards to that provision, the city manager can go through the quick quote system, which allows him up to, well, you all can set the upper limit of the amount you're willing to use a search firm for, but the city manager is authorized to get 3 quotes under $50,000. And it will come back to the city commission for the award, and at that time you can question the city manager as to the selection.
But I just wanted to clarify, City Attorney, we did decide not to go with a recruitment firm. We did decide to do it with HR, did we not?
Yeah,
we took action on that.
That was the decision, yes.
We didn't turn down any of the firms per se. We didn't.
We just decided not to go that route.
Yeah, because we couldn't decide on ourselves. We were not allowed to.
Right. Well, I'm sure you'd like to revisit this.
No, I think we were trying to do it on the cheap is what we're trying to do. And I think this is what happens. So.
And they were 2 of them were like under 30,000 that were reasonable, yeah.
So I have a question. If it's under my authority, my spending authority, I am able to proceed, correct? I mean, I don't need to bring any type of.
He doesn't have to bring it back to the commission.
Right.
No.
And my spending authority, just for clarity, is?
$25.
No, it's 50.
50,000.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 of them were in that range already.
All right, we'll make sure that we get the best price possible and the person that's most effective to help us with the recruitment, and we'll move forward.
Now, just to be clear, you're not coming back for approval at this point.
No,
giving
we're
it to you
moving
right
forward.
Now. Okay, good.
Do we have to establish a timeline at all, or we're just good with whatever happens?
Well, I don't know if we have the ability to establish a timeline. It depends on, obviously the city manager is going to work expeditiously. He's not going to, drag his feet on this. If in 30 days we find no progress, then we might want to intervene. But clearly, I think everyone sees this as a priority. We have Mr. Nelson sign up to speak. But wait, before you come up, do we have anything, Romney, do you have anything else further you'd like to add?
If you all come to your final decision, if you could just give us some direction on what you want us to do in the meantime, that would be great.
Well, I guess we would ask you to work directly with the city manager and be able to convene your meeting as he is supplying candidates for you to review. So I guess there'll be a lag time before you meet again, so that candidates will then be chosen through the search firm. He may work with you to try to see if you have any ideas on a search firm also, but I would leave it up to the city manager to be able to.
I mean, I'm not sure of this process, but I think this is what has happened before, where your search firm comes up with candidates, and then you want the search committee interrogate or
to review
certainly
them.
interview
Yes.
a little further. And we said we would be happy to do that, but we just need direction from the commission.
So, Mayor, I've been waiting for everybody else. I'd like to weigh in on this.
Sure.
So my thoughts on this is, this is sort of along the lines with what I had suggested the first time. I had recommended that the city manager simply move forward with selecting the search firm under his authority, so I'm glad we're doing that. I also advocated strongly that we use a search firm because a recruiting firm does what HR really is not in a position to do, and that's to go out and talk to people that they already know that are in positions elsewhere. They recruit them. They talk them into coming here as opposed to simply advertising the availability of a position. And I think with something like this, that's what we need. We need to be able to go out and recruit people who are already in other positions that may not be contemplating a change in employment. So we can sell this to them. That's actually how I wound up here. I wasn't job hunting. I was recruited here, and I think that's, and I want the committee particularly to stay actively involved in this, because the expertise that they bring to the table, I think, is just outstanding, and I want them to continually engage with this. And I think Dwayne is perfectly capable of continuing to run the office while we go through this process. I don't want to rush it. I want us to get the best person. We have a lot of issues that the city is going to be facing, and we need to ensure we've got absolutely the best candidate for the job.
Okay, point well taken.
So if it'll be helpful, I think those around the table, our committee, would be happy to continue with these candidates and do what we talked about, interview their references, and then come to a conclusion how we would rank them, and then wait for the other candidates and do the same process.
If you want to, that's fine.
Yeah.
Will they all be urged to apply then under this new round of applications?
I'm sure I think they should, but they don't have to. And that's one of the reasons why we obviously wanted some direction. Some of them might not, but we're assuming they probably will.
No, if we're going to go, could you keep them in the queue? The ones that have already applied, do they have to reapply again?
I would think they would. I would think they should go through the recruit. Well, no.
They've
They
already
should
gone
not
through it.
reapply again.
It's double work.
So here's the...
Well, we'll leave it up to the city manager. There you go.
The recruiting firm will do that.
Well, I think the criteria, if it changes, then you probably should have them reapply. If you're going to leave it all the same, then I think you guys can just make the decision. And madam, sorry about that.
Would you all agree to say preferable for those two qualifiers that you mentioned? There may be some flexibility, which I believe it's litigation and appellate, right, functions? Yeah. Would you all be open to saying preferable?
So I think the way we approach that is to say desired, not required.
I agree.
That can be an evaluation criteria. Somebody who brings that to the table may score higher in your evaluation process, but I don't want that to be a bar for otherwise qualified candidates.
I think that's appropriate.
We will do that.
Jerome, do you have anything else to add?
Just that I would recommend that you have those current candidates reapply, simply because whatever recruiter we land on is going to have some sort of guarantee involved in the success of that candidate for the 1-year mark. Typically, that goes into whatever agreement those recruiters do with the employers. So it would be nice to have some sort of guarantee that that person would succeed, or there'd be a redo, if you will, of the recruitment. And then secondly, if we're going to keep the committee actively involved at this time, I would recommend that we have them look at that job posting or the brochure that we developed that was posted with all of these organizations, and have them look and see if there's anything else that they would recommend changing besides those 2 items.
Okay, very good. Mr. Nelson. Thank you, gentlemen. You've been sitting there patiently.
Yeah. Hi, Mayor Dean. Hi, Commission. Hope you had fun in D.C. Welcome back. So what Commissioner Herbst was saying, absolutely dead on. I actually worked in recruitment for a period of time, and it was actually radio recruitment. And what we did was we were always trying to find somebody who had another job, because the people that are the best to recruit are the people are not just sitting at home jobless. They're already got a job somewhere else, and you're pulling them away. Now, I talked to an acquaintance of Dr. Sturman and I's. We live in the same building, and you know, there's concerns about the way the last guy was fired. Okay, I had to bring myself up to speed a little bit on this, and you know, whatever went on there, but it's similar to what happened over at the school board. You know, there was a problem. This person got fired, and it was abrupt, and that cost some money. So, you know, when we're looking at a new candidate, you know, definitely make sure that this is a right person. And I find it hard to believe that anybody would not want to come to Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale is the most beautiful city on earth. Won't be as beautiful when you guys rip all the trees out of Los Olas and replace it with a slab of concrete. But right now, it's the most beautiful place that I would want to live. So I don't think that there's obviously some kind of problem here, some kind of block with getting the right person to come. It's not always money either. There's other things as well. But I think the city manager, Greg, has shown great competence in handling the flood and the time that I've met with him. And I agree with the motion to put him in charge. And then a recruiting firm, this might be something. You guys spend a lot of money on a lot of things, but finding a recruitment firm in this case is probably a good idea. I'm Chris Nelson. Thanks for listening.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, just a fact check. Mr. Nelson, just so you know, we will be replacing hundreds more trees on Las Olas than we're actually removing. Just a fact check. Thanks.
Okay. Those trees that are there.
All right. Let's not.
A fact check.
This is off subject. Okay. So we've moved on, Pat. We've done all of our agendas. So now we're going to move on to commission reports. We'll start with Commissioner Herbst.
Thank you, Mayor. So typically I don't like to use this time to talk too much about things that are going on in the district. I prefer to focus on things that I think need to be addressed. And I've got two items that I want to bring up today.
Sure.
So the first is, and they're both, you know, somewhat disturbing to me. So the first is I got an email late yesterday afternoon indicating that Miami Beckham has finally settled on the person that they want to use for mediation. And I'm sure the commission will recall that we had established a 2-month time frame to resolve all of our open issues. And instead of resolving those open issues in 2 months, what I'm getting is an opportunity to start the discussion about those open issues at the end of 2 months. This is not what I would consider to be engaging with the city in good faith. We gave them a timeline, we gave them a deadline, and there's been no effort to resolve these issues in a timely fashion. And we have another deadline coming up with respect to their continual use of the park space as a parking lot, thereby preventing us from moving forward with what we might otherwise want to do on that parcel. And I'm very disturbed about this. I had initially entered into conversations with representatives of Miami Beckham in good faith, bargaining with an open mind, and what I'm seeing here doesn't reflect good faith bargaining, and I'm very disturbed about that. And I've communicated some of this to City Attorney Mr. Spence, as well as to City Manager. I'm hoping that this does not persist as we move forward. I'm hoping this is not simply a delaying tactic that tries to get us to the end of their season without resolving the parking issue. But so far, again, I'm seeing this as bad faith bargaining. You don't wait till the end of the time frame to start. And so I'm just putting it out there that I'm starting off, again, very dismayed, very distressed, and I'm hoping this is not indicative of how the posture is going to be going forward, because if it is, candidly, I think we can skip mediation and go straight to litigation. So just want to get that out there. That's the first item. Second item, and this is something I need clarification from you, Mayor, on. So during my district meeting last night, one of my residents brought to my attention that you had given a press conference and you're promising people $5,000 if they've sustained any damage. And I'd like you to please talk to that, and I'm hoping that's not the case.
Well, that's certainly not the case. I was very clear that when we spoke with the FEMA representatives, we had discovered that FEMA would not provide funding 100% for everyone's loss. As you heard from Mr. Mills this afternoon, it depends on a case-by-case basis, and most of the money is intended simply to get people back on their feet and not full recovery as, say, would otherwise an insurance policy. And I was very clear in the couple of opportunities that I was asked. I said I would bring the proposal to the commission and open it for discussion to see whether or not there's an appetite on the commission to want to even go there, and to direct staff to come up with criteria, if the commission decided to do this, to direct staff to come up with criteria in order to determine eligibility. I didn't promise anybody anything. I don't have the ability or the power to do that. So even under the emergency authority that I've been given. So this is always going to be driven by the commission. So whoever told you that, I fully understand how, you know, words are respoken and repeated, and somehow the message gets lost. But I would never try to undermine the power and the authority of this commission, and that's all I ever said. And when I have my remarks, I was going to bring it up. So, let's be clear. People, you heard, people are suffering. And if there's an opportunity for the city to assist in some way, I would hope that the commission would find its way there. But if not, hey, I'm just proposing it, and we'll take it from there.
No, thank you for that, because there are obviously a number of concerns that would have immediately come to my mind had that been the case. So I appreciate you clarifying that. The only thing I would ask, and this is just a request going forward, I would prefer that you bring that to us first, because my concern is there's a lot of very desperate people out there, and I don't want to create an expectation or a false impression that the city is going to move forward with doing something until we have fully analyzed the legality of it, the budgetary aspects of it, and everything else. So I appreciate that you didn't promise it to them. I would hope next time that you bring it to us first before you do that. I understand the nature of an interview and so forth, but again, thank you for your clarification, Mayor. That's very helpful. So thank you. And go ahead.
All righty.
Yep. So nothing left.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Beasley Pittman.
Can I go back to something John brought up?
Well,
this is something that he said.
Okay.
You commented on what he said. I'd like to comment with. What's the status of the certificate of occupancy, that 1.4 million? We gave him a 1 month or 2 month stay on that. What's the story?
I'll let Greg speak to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm asking Chris Cooper. He should right now give us an update on that.
Certificate of occupancy for, what are we talking about?
Well, yeah, so I don't know the status of the TCO on the stadium, but I do know that the 60 days would expire on May 7th, the 60-day period that you indicated you'd have for them to do the mediation within.
So what do we do?
So we have just received, we've just agreed upon a mediator, and the process has just started. So it will not be completed within that time period. So it's to the discretion of the commission as to whether or not you desire to extend that grace period. But again,
So, Attorney Spence, have we been getting all these emails that Commissioner Herbst has mentioned between you and him and about the mediator? And
no, you haven't. So,
I didn't think so, because I don't recall any of this. But so I'm not really in the know on what's been going on. I don't understand. Is that typical that you would only write to one commissioner on issues that are of importance to the whole city, or is that typical that we wouldn't get that information as well as commissioners?
I will explain why Commissioner Herbst received it.
Yes.
I came before the commission and asked for your direction as to who will represent the commission, and the mediation process, you kind of put that off, but you have already designated Commissioner Herbst as the person to negotiate this issue with.
But I thought that went
Miami
out the
Beckham.
window once we decided to go to mediation. In fact, I remember Commissioner Herbst even saying he wouldn't be contacting him anymore because we're going through a mediation process.
I don't recall you all reneging on.
Well, not reneging.
Or removing that authority. So it was based on what I perceive to be your selection of the representative to do the mediation that I've contacted Commissioner Herbst with the decision on the mediator to start to arrange for mediation.
Can you update the rest of us on that now?
Sure.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So for clarification, Commissioner Glassman, so what I said at that point in time was that I would be having no additional negotiations outside of the mediation process. So the mediation thereby being the next step in the resolution process prior to litigation. So at this point, somebody still needs to negotiate on behalf of the city, and that's the continuation as far as I'm concerned. And if the commission feels otherwise, they can certainly change that. But again, being that this is the signature park in my district, I still think I'm the appropriate person to lead those discussions.
But no, I understand. I just need clarity. I thought,
Right.
but I thought going into mediation, we were not negotiating at this moment. I thought we were doing mediation to resolve the differences between the city and Inter-Miami.
Well, with a mediation, you need somebody to represent the city in mediation. So obviously, the city attorney will be a party to that discussion, but somebody needs to represent the commission position in those discussions and bring it back, obviously, for final approval by the full commission, but somebody needs to represent us.
All right, so that raises another point. What is the city's position? Because every time I keep looking at that exhibit to the comprehensive agreement, it seems to keep changing. The last time you spoke, John, you spoke about putting pickleball courts there, which totally in favor of, but that was never part of any discussion until you brought it up at a previous meeting. So, and honestly, if we want to get them to pay for it, that's one thing.
No, Mayor, I've been very clear about that. I'm sorry. No, I've been very clear that the city is going to pay for certain improvements to the park out of the parks bond money, pickleball courts, community center.
Yeah,
There's
but
never
you
been-
have, but
No, there's never
but
been,
the
there's never
Parks and
been
Rec
any.
Board has to make those decisions. You don't make those
Right,
decisions.
but that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about with respect to Miami Beckham.
It
I'm
has
not asking
everything
them
to
for
do
pay.
with it.
No,
It
I'm
has
not
everything
asking-
to do with
No,
that.
sir, I'm not asking them to pay for any of that. I've never asked them to pay for anything that is not in the comprehensive agreement. The comprehensive agreement has not changed one iota. There is a list of things that they are supposed to provide. I've never asked for anything above and beyond the list of items that are in the agreement. That's never changed, not
Okay,
once.
Okay, but prior to your taking office, Heather was making modifications to that site plan so that we could perhaps refine it so that we could ensure that we were going to make the best use out of that property.
Certainly.
And so, hey, let me finish.
No, I was agreeing with you. I said certainly.
Okay. So to that extent, when you say, that they've breached their agreement or that they're not fulfilling their promise, we were trying to exact additional improvements to that site that they were prepared to pay for. And when she decided to resign, obviously the process changed, and we all agreed that you would take over. And then when you came to a meeting and said, I want to put pickleball courts there, I'm not sure where they would go. They just certainly take up more real estate than was anticipated. But, and I'm in favor of pickleball courts if they want to be located there. But the point is that, the community has to decide on that. Parks and Rec funding has to come through the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. And then the City Commission makes that decision. If we can, through negotiation, we're able to get Miami Beckham to pay for it, that would be, I would love that. And I would charge our mediator to say, I would charge you to ask our mediator to say, hey, as part of the deal, since you've waited so long, since you're benefiting in many ways from this negotiation, hey folks, why don't you pay for this? And you know what, they may do that. So the point is
They've done just the opposite, Mayor. They've actually said they don't want to pay for any of the park at all now at this point.
No.
So no, they're not offering to pay for more. They've never once offered to pay for more. All they've ever done is offer to pay for less.
So
that's what a mediator's for.
If I may interject.
Yes, sir.
So,
Mr. City Attorney.
So at issue is actually the permit fees and the demolition, the cost of demolition of the Fort Lauderdale Stadium and Lockhart Stadium.
Right.
Which they believe was
Part of the deal.
agreed to by the former city manager.
Correct.
So they're actually kind of leading the charge in saying that we're reaching a oral agreement to pay these costs, and that's the premise or the basis of the mediation to deal with that issue, and that's the core of the dispute. With regards to the community side, it's clear in the agreement that they pay for the community side. Our remedy with regards to that is clear as well. If the city can choose to build the community site at Miami Beckham's expense. I know that what I've heard from the previous discussions at the City Commission is that during the negotiations with regards to the outstanding permit fees and the demolition costs that Commissioner Herbst has attempted to negotiate using the community site as a negotiation
To leverage
carrot.
against those costs, right.
Right, so to the extent that
Assuming
you
we're
want to provide.
responsible for them. I still haven't seen them in the backup. I agree with the position that it's not in writing. So if there's a tender that somehow there was an oral agreement which was entered into and agreed to by, the previous city manager, that's what the whole point of the mediation was, to bring about a resolution. And I think that Mr. Seiler is well capable of coming up with a resolution. He was only appointed a week ago, and so, I think we just let the process play itself out. John, please, let's just have patience here. Let's let the process play itself out. I think we'll have a resolution, and I think it'll be ultimately for the betterment of the community.
I will only say that my community has been very patient for over 4 years. They have lost patience. They believe that they have been dealt with in bad faith and that the city has abandoned them, and the track record supports that. So when we say be patient, last year, you remember you gave them another year. That's come and gone again. So how many deadlines are we going to look at and waive?
Well, how many times are we going to change the agreement? How many times are we going to change?
We haven't changed the agreement once.
The
Not
comprehensive
once, Mayor.
agreement has an exhibit to it. The exhibit is the site plan. How many times have we changed the site plan?
The site
Plus, there
plan-
was COVID in between. You may forget
I
that.
am tired of hearing about COVID as an excuse
Why?
for
You
why
keep
things
saying
don't get
4
done.
years, but it really wasn't 4 years.
So-
it was
so
only
do you-
2
do you
years
remember-
because there was a shutdown of everything for 2
Do
years.
you remember them giving an extension to July of last year, that this commission said, you have to July?
I want to
July's
see
come and
this
gone.
done. I want to see this done.
So
and we're
do
going to
I.
get it done. And so let the process play out.
When? We gave them 60 days. They blew past the 60 days once
It's
again.
not, well, you're putting the burden on them, and I disagree with that. But I don't want to, we can go into all the details if you want, but the
I want a date-
reality is
date
when you
certain.
say that you negotiated with them, you dealt with some intern who you ran into somewhere, and you said that's the negotiation. That was totally inappropriate for you to say that you had communication with them. He was not a principal. He was not a representative.
He was an intern, Mayor, please. That's insulting.
All I'm saying is that we have someone in place who can certainly bring about what I feel is going to be in the best interest of the city, and I feel that we should let the process proceed.
So my inclination and direction to the city manager is that their parking is up. I do not want to renew their parking on the park site. And I'm looking for support from my colleagues up here so that we can move this forward and give them some incentive to actually come to the table and resolve these issues for the benefit of the community that has waited for years.
Well, first of all, Mayor, I think we have to extend the parking.
No, we
because
don't.
Well,
No, we don't.
Well, let him talk.
I'm going to tell you why I think we have to. Obviously, I don't know what the timeline is for the mediator to come on board. We have to resolve those issues. And I also want to find out what still decisions do we make with regards to the site plan? Because I have seen that site plan over the last 4 years change dramatically. And I don't even know where we are with the site plan. And do we have any say on that site plan? I'm not sure. I'd like to hear that from the city attorney with regards to that. But I do understand that the issues in front of us are what the city attorney just enumerated. And we have to resolve those issues with the mediator. But what I'm saying is, I think it would be very short-sighted before the season ends, because we're not going to be able to build the park before the season ends. So why say, nah, you can't have parking there for the rest of your season? That just seems childish to me.
Because that's been the strategy the whole long, is to delay this so that we don't have an opportunity to get the park built, okay? The reason for delay, the reason for not coming to the table, the reason for not selecting the mediator when we gave them a 60-day deadline to do so is simply to drag this out so that there is no opportunity to get things resolved.
I don't know that for a fact.
I do.
Okay, good.
Well, you seem to be the only one who feels that way.
Yeah, I
because-
just think that it's, look, we have a comprehensive agreement with someone, so although there are differences now, they are our partner, I believe, in a project. So we have to figure this out, and we have to figure out how we resolve the remaining issues on the site. But I think it would be very detrimental to our city, to the fans, to all of a sudden say, you know what, we're just going to take away the parking now with however many games are left, when we know that even if we do that, it's not like all of a sudden the next day we're going to build a park. It just seems like a childish way to go into mediation. So I am very much in favor. If you need any action, city attorney, please let us know. But I think we have to extend the ability to park there until we square away all of the remaining issues with our mediator. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Does
But
that
can the
conclude
city
your
attorney
remarks? I'm sorry.
Where are we with
So
the
right
site
now-
plan?
Actually,
Wait, wait,
I
wait.
believe the city manager was ready to address the site plan, which, by the way, site plan was done in June of '21. Okay, it's not changing on a weekly basis, and I resent the implication that it is. Okay, we've had a site plan since June of '21. That was agreed to by the community. Heather had meeting after meeting after meeting with all the residents in District 1. They agreed to a site plan that was done in 2021. The only thing that's changed since then is we took out one of the multi-purpose fields and inserted the pickleball courts. Nothing else on that site has changed. So to imply that this thing is a constantly moving target is patently false, and I find it offensive.
Well, that is not correct.
It's
and
not
I would,
correct.
That is not correct. So please don't find
Where
it
have you
patently.
been all this time?
You watch the meetings. That is not. That is so not
I
correct.
have the site plan. Would you like to see it?
No.
But you haven't been here listening to all the meetings.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. I've
No.
been here for 16 years listening to meetings.
But you were dismissed in between, and then the previous
And I sat in the
commissioner had
audience at every
many
meeting.
opportunities to discuss in a meeting what she wanted, and we listened.
Right.
And she kept changing. We were happy
changing. Go to the minutes. Go to the minutes of all of the meetings that
I was
we had,
there.
all of the discussions,
No, you weren't.
and you will see that when we.
I sat in the audience.
We asked
You may not have noticed me
we
when
asked
I
the
sat
city
in the
manager at
audience.
the time. We asked the city manager at the time. We asked the city attorney at the time. What's the delay? And the answer that both of them gave us each time was, the district commissioner keeps changing her mind on what it is she wants on that site. And we heard that repeatedly. So to say that the only change is pickleball is just not true.
Gentlemen and ladies, you realize you haven't answered my question.
Well, you asked the question, but we're really in the process of doing...
What
Wait,
happens...
Wait,
in-
don't, wait. You asked...
No, don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt me. What happens in May if we don't extend the certificate of occupancy? That's the question. It hasn't been answered.
Well, then the law will sit vacant.
No. But Mr. Dwayne, Mr. Attorney, please.
If the temporary certificate of occupancy is not renewed, they are not allowed to occupy the structure.
And, okay, now we have to talk about that.
Well, it's not, so as I expressed at the time that this was discussed previously, it's not the decision of the commission whether or not to issue the certificate of occupancy or the temporary certificate of occupancy. That's strictly a function of the building official.
But we did vote to extend it.
The parking we voted.
No, we're talking about parking. We're talking about certificate of occupancy. And if it expires, something happens. John, do you know what happens? What happens? What's your understanding?
Actually, I will let the city manager address this one because the building official reports to him.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner. So I have here Director of DSD that also can explain that. But our understanding is that that is an independent process and that no other entity can interfere with that granting. The building official can provide that TCO as needed.
But do we have to weigh in on the parking as a commission, or is that part of the TCO?
Parking is separate.
Okay, okay, well, we
Parking
need to
is
get to
separate.
that too. Thanks.
Sure. So Mayor, Commission, Chris Cooper, Director of Development Services Department. So yes, the building official could either revoke the TCO or let the TCO expire and then not reissue it or grant an extension. Typically, that's if there's an issue with the structure itself, a life safety issue, something that would really be detrimental to the occupants of that facility. The primary reason the CO isn't issued for this is the payment of fines. That doesn't necessarily relate to the occupancy or the safety of the building, so that would be something the building official would need to consider when entertaining a request to extend the TCO.
Does that answer your question?
Still not paid.
It is not paid, correct.
Well, they wanted 30 days. We gave them 60. Still not paid. John?
What is this going on?
I don't know. John mentioned this last time.
Right.
No, this is what John mentioned in front of us. This is his thing that was unresolved last time. John kept saying over, and I'm just curious. He's negotiating on our behalf, and I'm curious what they said about that when you negotiated with them.
I told them that the payment of the building permit fees is non-negotiable. We cannot at any point waive building permit fees, because if we're going to do that, let me give you a list of everybody else that wants the same thing. Starting with Parker Playhouse, paid their building permit fees. Suntex at Las Olas Marina paid their building permit fees. Panthers in War Memorial paid their building permit fees. Pickleball is going to pay their building permit fees. I can give you a list of all the other organizations. One Stop is going to pay their building permit fees when they build their facility. We can go down a list of 10 organizations that are going to turn around, come right back to us and say, I want a rebate of my building permit fees because you own the building. That's the argument.
No, it's not the argument.
That's the argument that they've made to me.
Argument. I'm sorry, that's not the argument. The argument is that we owe them money for the demolition. And I've been in multiple meetings in which that same conversation's had with the previous city manager, and they said, fine, will you waive some of your building permit fees to set off what you owe us for the demolition? There's an argument as to whether or not we really owe that money for demolition, and that's the only reason why the fees have not been paid. Not because they don't want to pay them, but because they were actually going to allow us to use that amount of money to set off the amount that we owe them for the demolition. That's what it's about. It's not what he's saying.
Mayor,
okay?
You were not at the meeting where I sat down.
I was at the meetings before when
Mayor,
all this was being
Mayor,
negotiated.
I'm speaking now. Thank you very much. You were not at the meeting I was at where I sat down with Jorge Mas and Pablo Alvarez, and that's exactly what they said. Kindly do not put words in my mouth, sir.
I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Yes, you are. You just said that didn't happen. Don't tell me what happened. You weren't there. You don't know. Please, refrain. Okay? Thank you.
Come on, let's not give the Sun Sentinel reason to say we have no unity again. It would be really awful. So let's just, everyone calm down.
I will calm down when people stop putting words in my mouth. I will not tolerate that.
Okay, you have any other comments? Okay.
Can we get to the parking? Because that's the only thing it looks like we have jurisdiction over.
It's not really an issue right now, but...
Well, it's going to expire on May 6th or May 7th, Dwayne said.
Yeah, so parking will expire on Sunday. And it's very important that if this commission gives direction to not renew the parking, it's very important to make sure that they know. I also have Chief of Police that wants to weigh in and also talk about what it means if there is no parking available for that site during games. Chief of Police?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. This is something that we met probably 2 months ago to discuss what options we have as far as parking. The consideration, the number one concern we have is pedestrians crossing the roadway into the stadium. If we park south of the stadium, there's also another city lot that was considered as an alternative, but frankly, there isn't a great plan if there's no parking there. Our concerns are major impacts in the area, including maybe traffic backing up on the 95 and traffic backing up on all the roadways as we possibly constrict the roadway to one lane so that we can get pedestrians across the street safely. That's assuming that we can accommodate the parking in some other areas, but there isn't really a great alternative.
So leaving the deadline of next week out of the equation, they're going to be playing there for the next 4 years. So this is not a problem for today. In fact, this was identified when we approved the comprehensive agreement in the first place, that there was no parking. The solution that Miami Beckham offered up is that they were going to contract with all of the local businesses in the area to provide parking at those locations. That was always the long-term plan, because they never intended to build a parking garage. And so help me understand how this resolves itself for the next 4 years.
No, I've heard that, but
Yeah.
I don't know that that's actually been resolved. I don't know that that has actually occurred. As far as I know, it has not, but perhaps I'm wrong. And there isn't a good resolution. If there's no parking, then we're looking at, I think it's a federal facility south of the airport.
Right.
We're looking at a city parking lot, basically in the southwest corner of the stadium area that we're looking at, and crossing people across those roadways is not going to be very good.
So Miami Beckham is building a 4,900 space garage down at Freedom Park to accommodate their stadium down there. Is that what they should be doing up here?
I can't tell you the actual number, but if we need some, if you're going to have events there has to be some sort of parking.
For long term,
For
okay.
long term, yeah.
So the interim solution we have right now is simply not going to work long term.
I'm sorry, can you state
The
that again?
interim solution that we have right now is simply not going to be feasible for the long term.
Well, I don't like the term solution.
Okay.
Because I
agree, it's not a solution,
We'll find
actually.
a way
It's a
to try to
Band-Aid,
get
right.
by, but yeah,
Right,
it's
okay.
not.
I want to weigh in on that too. There were discussions in the past with Inter Miami on they utilizing parking lots around the stadium, and I'm not sure if those options have been exercised. But I think that it would be the most prudent thing right now is to make sure that if this is a decision of the commission, that we have to advise Inter Miami, and also our public safety staff has to reorganize and coordinate around that. But it can take some time.
Yes, I agree.
I just want to mention that. It takes some time.
Well, what you're going to find is you're going to find hundreds and hundreds of cars illegally parked in and around the perimeter of the stadium. And you're going to find a lot of people parking on the site that you're talking about prohibiting parking, because people will just park there. And you know, it's going to be a big open space, and people are going to see the opportunity, and they're just going to park there. So it'll become an enforcement nightmare, and I just don't think you have the resources to be out there ticketing every single car. So let's try to be practical and realistic about solutions here. I think that now that we have the mediation process moving forward, we should extend the parking permit for another, maybe another 30 days. Hopefully we can have the mediation, you know, moving forward more closely. And I think that's the more adult approach to dealing with the situation. And after 30 days, we'll see where the mediation has come, where if we made any progress, and then we'll be able to make a better decision. I do know that that Inter Miami was never intending to build a parking garage there because they felt that the city should build a parking garage. The city was never going to build a parking garage because there's no stream of income there. There's no consistent patronage of a parking garage because whereas what's happening in Miami, the stadium is part of an overall complex. It's going to have shopping, it's going to have residential. It's not just a stadium. So the opportunity to depend on that as for an income stream is more dependable than it would be here. Here it would just be vacant most of the time. So the parking issue is not resolved by simply giving them the permit right now for the interim parking space. But right now, they need an interim parking space until we come up with a solution. Ultimately, I think a garage is going to have to be built, and it's going to have to be built by them. But I don't think that cutting them off in the mid-season just to, you know, to me, it's cutting off our nose to spite our face. We're not going to gain anything by it. And I think that we need to extend the parking permit, at least for another 30 days while mediation is taking place, and let the process play itself out. That's my recommendation.
Do we know when mediation is beginning?
No, but I do know that they have they're setting aside time for when they can meet, and hopefully, by giving another 30 days, they know that there's another deadline, and hopefully they'll be able to come within that deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Well, first, I do want to hear what Pam has to say because I haven't heard her at all. But I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing the tone down. We're on the same team, guys. I mean, all 5 of us, we're on the same team. We don't need to argue amongst ourselves. I'm feeling frustration from John. If I'm feeling you right, that they're not giving anything, and I don't take cutting off parking lightly. It's something that we're cutting our nose to spite our face, but he wants something for good faith, is what I'm feeling. And maybe if they put the 1.4 million in escrow or do something, I mean, something moving, I don't know. I don't take parking lightly, but I think John wants something. Again, we're on the same team, guys. Let's think about this. What could get this thing moving or get something moving here? And we do want to get a good relationship with the team and everything. Let me kick it back to you, my colleagues.
Well, you had asked Commissioner, you asked the Vice Mayor if she had any thoughts. Did you have any interest in commenting on any of this?
Just following the conversation and understanding that there's 2 components here. This has been going on for a moment. There needs to be something that occurs to implement some movement. And I believe through mediation, we may be able to get to that point. This is hot right now, and we don't need to make a knee-jerk decision about what we're doing, but we do need to have this conversation because this has been going on since we've been sitting, the new 3 commissions, of course, what was going on before with the commission, previous commission. And then I always, hear the voice of the commissioner for that district because he knows the heartbeat, he knows what his constituents are desiring. With that being said, again, I think we do need to have conversation where we can get to a point where we could mediate this and get it taken care of.
Okay, so this is the time when we have that conversation, and the question on the table is, should we give another 30 days for parking, allowing the mediation to take place, and hopefully we'll have some sort of concrete results within the next 30-day period.
I don't understand what is the result if we don't do the 30 days, the additional 30 days?
Well,
what are the results other than no parking?
Well, the result is we're supposed to determine whether or not the Inter-Miami is going to pay for parking fees and is the city going to pay for the demolition costs. So those are the issues as Mr. Spence has explained to us. There's apparently a claim that there was an agreement that the city would pay for demolition, but that the Inter-Miami agreed to defer that payment until after the stadium was built because the city didn't have the money at the time.
Yes, all of that I understand. I understand that, but trying to get the balance as to how this will.
So if I may, so I spoke with the mediator that we've agreed upon, Jack Seiler, earlier today, and he kind of explained the process for proceeding with the mediation, and it's not going into a meeting right away, but he's going to speak with representatives from each of the parties, kind of gauge their wants and their needs moving forward. In the mediation process, it's very important that both parties enter into that process in good faith, and so whatever we can do to make that process successful and come out at the other end, that's what I would advise the commission to consider at this time. The parking is something that is outside of the 4 corners of the agreement. It is something that we have in our arsenal as a give. I think it may be more appropriate to have that discussion during the mediation process. As part of that discussion, but again, it's to your discretion how you would like to proceed.
Well, how do you do that if it expires in a few days and we're not even going to get to mediation by then? How do you hold that as part of the negotiations and the mediation?
That would be up to your direction.
Well, no, I just don't understand the timeline that you're laying out.
Because
You're
at that
saying-
point, we have the opportunity to give something back to them. So the first rule of negotiating is you don't give up a bargaining chip without getting something in return. So what I'm advocating is that if we have something that is leverage over the negotiation, common sense says you don't give that up ahead of time. You're negotiating against yourself when you give up your leverage. So let's cancel the parking, and we go into mediation, and that is something that we can offer up as a compromise during the mediation process.
Well, if they know it's only 30 days, that might be something you bring up during the mediation. I am not willing to see 20,000 people go nuts at the next game after May 6th, and I am not willing to put our police in a tenuous situation, and I'm not willing to hear all about the nightmare that will ensue if we do not extend this for 30 days. I was even thinking maybe it needs to be more than 30 because we don't know how quickly negotiations are going to move into mediation. But I am totally opposed to just saying we're done May 6th. That's in 4 days. So I just think we're opening up ourselves up to an amazing issue of liability and just you want to see 20,000 people go crazy over there in the stadium with this issue? I just think that we have to be, as has said before, the adults in the room. They will understand that we're doing this, but they will understand that we're doing this in good faith, and that's why we're entering the mediation in good faith. I think it's very short-sighted to all of a sudden tell all of the fans and everyone else that's going out there, you're on your own, and let's just see the nightmare that ensues and put our police department in that kind of situation. I think that's just absolutely ridiculous.
I could weigh in on this for a second. If we, no, again, it seems that you want something here, obviously. If we don't have to, but if we say, listen, if you pay the 1.4 and we give them a park, at least we get something going forward. If in mediation they decide that they don't have, they could always get it back. It's not like it's a done deal. It's not correct.
Well, who are they going to pay it to?
Well, no, if they give us the 1.4 and they determine later on that they really do not owe us the 1.4, it's not set in stone, so there's no harm in us saying, listen, we want something here. We've got nothing. 30 days became 60 and we've gotten nothing. So I think it's reasonable to say, listen, put the 1.4 million in, let them have the parking. I mean,
Should we put it in escrow?
Well, either escrow or pay us and we pay them back. But I have a problem with, there's issues with parking, and I know that it's a leverage, but this might be an easier fix just to get this thing moving forward. That's my thought.
So you're recommending that if they put the permit fees in escrow, say with the mediator,
or pay it, and we can pay them back if we have to.
Let me finish let me just.
Oh, yes, sir, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So if they were to put it in escrow with the mediator, then we would give them the extension for the parking. Is that what you're recommending?
For a limited time, 30, 60 days.
Well, what are you recommending?
Well,
if they put the 1.4 million, then.
Well, Steve says 30 days isn't going to be enough, but.
Well, now that you're suggesting the 1.4 million.
They are moving forward. They're showing good faith.
Then they are moving forward, so
Right.
we should give them the 60 days then.
Well, yeah, that's my feeling.
Okay.
I mean, I'm throwing this on the table for
Again, I don't know
discussion.
how no one knows, there's no representative here to respond, so I don't know.
How many more days, or when does the season end? How far?
I don't know.
I have some dates here.
I think October 7th is the last home game.
Yes.
October 7th?
October 7th.
So that's about, that's 6 months.
I mean, John, is your thoughts about that?
May, June, July, August, September, October, yeah, about 6 months, yeah. And that way they've paid up, is what you're saying.
So
still leaves the parking unresolved, so that still has to come up, but it does buy some time.
It doesn't, but it takes away the issue of the permit fees until it's resolved.
So the building permit fees are not in dispute.
No, they're not. The amount is not in dispute.
The amount is not in dispute.
That is absolutely correct.
The fact that they have to pay building permit fees by law is not in dispute.
No one disagrees there.
Okay, so they should simply pay the building permit fees that they owe. If they believe that they've got a cause of action for costs associated with demolition, they should bring that cause of action. There should be no offset. By the way, these are two different funds, okay? The building permit fees go into the building fund. Demolition costs are not coming out of the building fund. We should not be holding the building fund hostage for money that has nothing to do with the building fund. Building permit fees are for the enforcement of the Florida Building Code. There's no dispute that that money is due and owed to the city and must be paid. We shouldn't even be discussing this. If we want to have a legitimate conversation about whether or not oral representations made by the city manager, who had no authority to bind the city prior to the execution of the final formal agreement, which is a representation of all terms and conditions, as every contract is, if we want to dispute that, fine. We can dispute the demolition costs. Happy to have that conversation. I don't want to entertain the idea that anybody in the city doesn't have to pay their building permit fees, or that they can withhold them as ransom for something else. Those need to be paid. This should be non-negotiable. Before we even enter into mediation, those should be paid.
But they're not being paid right now, though.
Right, and that's why they don't have a CO.
So if they're paid by May 6th, which is the 60-day period, what would we agree to extend the parking permit for?
30, 60 days. I mean, John, obviously, I don't know.
Why don't you speak, and then,
My
and then
opinion,
John can speak.
I'd like to see, again, I'd like to see this moving. I mean, every little bit helps. I mean, you get this moving.
So, Commissioner, I think what I offered up the last time is what I would offer up again, is I think the appropriate thing to do, if we're going to negotiate in good faith, and I'm happy to do that as long as we are negotiating in good faith, is to say, we do this on a month-to-month. We do this as long as we're still sitting at the table and we're making progress and people are coming to meetings and they're showing up and we're making progress. I have no problem with extending it 30 days, 30 days, 30 days. What I don't want to do is give them a blanket 9 months and remove any incentive that they have to come to the table and work out a deal. The only way you can negotiate a deal is when the other party wants something from you. And if we give up everything in advance, then we lose any negotiating leverage we have. So I'm happy to say, we will give you a 30-day extension, subsequent to more 30-day extensions, as long as we're moving forward in good faith. But again, the building permit fees are non-negotiable.
John, I would support that.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now there's a, is it a motion, Mr. Spence? It's not really.
This is a conference meeting, but,
No,
you
this is
know,
a conference
and not
meeting,
only
so
that,
it's
there's a
conference
lot of
report.
serious discussion going on here that has not made it on an agenda. I'm
Yeah,
just
I
having a little bit of a difficulty realizing that, this was not noticed as an agenda item. I'm sure
I know,
people
and
would have something to
there's
say.
no representative from.
There's no one
Inter-Miami.
here from Inter-Miami. I mean, I just find this a little bit out of order, to be honest with you. I don't even think we should be discussing all of these terms of how we're going to be going into mediation. That's something that we have a mediator for to deal with. And I'm just not comfortable with looking at anything past, are we extending May 6th parking or not? Anything else to me is inappropriate for this discussion, has not been noticed, has not made it into an agenda. Public's not aware of it. Thanks.
Well, you know, even extending May 6th is not on the agenda, Steve, so technically we shouldn't even be discussing that according to...
Correct, and that should have maybe been on the agenda because guess what? It's expiring in 4 days. Maybe that should have been on the agenda.
Let's be practical about this, okay? So I think there's a legitimate statement. Dr. Sturman is making the suggestion that if they pay that by pay the permit fees by the 6th, which is what, Friday? Then which they're
Saturday.
Saturday. Well, banks are closed. So let's say by May 6th, on or before May 6th, that we should agree to extend the parking permit. I think we should, John, I think we should do it 60 days since they are coming up with 1.3 million or whatever it is, 1.4 million. And I think that's sufficient incentive for them to to realize that there is a deadline. It's well before the end of their season, and it is sufficient leverage. And I don't want to have to go rehash this thing over and over again in 30 days. I think that we should let the being part of mediation in the past, it doesn't happen overnight, especially since we're not sitting across the table from one another, that the mediator is going to go back and forth privately with the individual parties. So I think we should let the process take a few weeks before that ever, comes to a conclusion. So I would recommend the 60 days.
I'm amenable to 60 days,
Okay.
Mayor, with, again, 30-day extensions after that based on progress.
Okay.
Sounds fine to me, too.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah.
And if we don't get a check by Saturday for 1.4 million, when do we tell the public that they can't park at them? When's the next game? Does anyone know?
This Saturday, it's a game every Saturday this month.
Okay, is it a home game Saturday?
Every Saturday this month, there's a game.
Okay, so if we don't have a check by Friday, we're
Well,
letting
we'll
the-
give it to the 6th.
No game on Saturday.
No, wait a second. Okay, so if we don't get a check by Saturday, we're going to let the public know that exact day
Well, if
that they
they
can
have
park.
What do you mean
No,
we?
Saturday is inclusive.
What do you mean we? We don't own a team.
Well, no.
They have until the end of the day on Saturday to deliver a check for 1 point whatever. How much is it?
1.4 million,
1.4
approximately.
And if they don't,
Any
Then
games
the parking
thereafter
permit
would not.
expires.
then, okay. Well, I'm just
And
not.
then, but they have the opportunity to extend it for 60 more days by by giving us a check for 1 point, whatever the permit fees are. And then whatever the city, if the city owes anything for demolition, that's part of the mediation.
Okay,
We have a consensus on that?
well,
Vice
you,
Mayor,
you guys
okay
might
with
have a
that?
consensus.
Okay.
I'm not with that consensus.
All right,
but-
all right.
okay,
Well, I'm
thanks.
just trying to be practical. I'm trying to move this
I
this issue
understand. I
forward.
think there's too much risk involved there, and I don't want to see our public at risk. I don't want to see our police at risk. And
Well, the public's not going to be at risk, nor is the police this Saturday, because the extension, it goes till this Saturday.
no, they will be if you're saying you're not going to have a check by Saturday.
Saturday, by the end of the day, Saturday.
But
They have until the end of the day, Saturday, the 6th.
but when does technically that parking end? What time of the day?
Midnight Saturday.
Midnight Saturday. So they can park there Saturday, as according to the existing agreement.
Right.
They can park there Saturday no
But
matter
they can't
what.
park there the next Saturday if they don't give us the money. Capiche?
Capiche, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a question.
No more.
Okay.
No.
The permit fees, so was that explained to us as one of the two issues that mediation was dealing with, or no?
Yes, that's one of the issues.
So now that's no
It's-
longer?
it's still- no, it was
Well, you're
never-
telling them you're
the-
holding it in
the-
escrow?
no,
Is that what you're telling them?
Wait, stop.
Go ahead.
The permit fees are always owed.
Right.
That's a given, okay? The question was whether or not we were going to be allowed to use it as a set-off against the demolition fees. That had been the conversation in the past, okay? But if they owe the money anyway. So if in the mediation, it's determined that we owe for demolition, then we got to write them a check for demolition. That's how it works, okay? If it's determined that we don't owe for demolition, okay, then we've been made whole because we have our permit fees.
Question. So what was that concern about where they were saying they had an oral agreement with the prior city manager?
That's what the mediation is for, to determine the validity and the authenticity of those agreements.
Of those
That's what the
agreements.
mediation's for.
Okay.
All right?
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
And just for clarity, we're talking about the parking that is in the position of where the new park will be.
Correct.
This has nothing to do with the FAU parking lot.
Correct.
Okay. And as such, we are allowed to let them use that lot.
Correct.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Vice Mayor. Your turn.
Thank you very much, Mayor. My report, where do we start, right? Okay, I'm going to give, okay. I had the opportunity to sit on my first Continuum board that was on April 26th.
The first what board?
Continuing, homeless
Oh,
continuing.
at the county board?
At the
Oh,
county
the
board.
COC?
Yes, the
Yeah,
COC.
COC. I
Okay.
can't pronounce it either, so.
We'll work on that together.
Yeah.
Okay, so I had the opportunity of sitting on that at the first meeting.
Right.
And you know, we actually did that appointment back in January, and it finally worked its way out where I was able to attend the meeting in April. So I'm really excited about it, and moving forward, this was more of a meeting that gave a lot of information as to what was going on pertaining to the floods and how they are addressing the new homelessness that's going on from the floods. So it was a very informative meeting. Also want to make it known that in District 3, we have a new restaurant that has done a soft opening, which is Donna Caribbean Restaurant. It's at 2012 Northwest 6 Trunk Boulevard. There is a grand opening that's pending, a pending date. We'll let everyone know when that occurs. Also, I want to invite everyone to the American Cancer Society's Relay for Life at Carter Park, which will be held on Friday, the 12th, 2023. Also, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank city and staff and everyone that's been helping to bring awareness to our district, to the neighbors of our district pertaining to the flooding. There's a lot of flyers that has been produced, a lot of resource numbers that have been provided, working with FEMA, working with the Red Cross, working with even with Dr. Sturman from District 4, helping us to collaborate and make some plans together to help move our district further to receive those resources. Also, I want to take this opportunity to say to everyone in the city, in District 3, we are also looking for volunteers to help us go door to door in our district to help disseminate the information that's available for the resources that are available for those victims from the floods. It's been said earlier in our meeting, we got a great presentation that outlined where the flood victims are. It, of course, identified Melrose Manor, Melrose Park, and urging us as a commission to take the initiative to get it moving forward, to get the services that are needed in those two communities, as well as bringing highlight to Dillard Park area, Riverland, Rock Island area, which is also Royal Palm area, and Lauderdale Manors and Lauderdale Villas. There's pockets throughout the district that's been affected, Dorsey River Bend, as well as Doors. So there's things that that are in place and additional things we need to move forward on. Again, I want to ask when, as a commission, we can sit down and be that true, let me say this correctly, I don't want to say the name of the committee wrong, but it's the preparation, emergency preparation task force, which involves the commission, mayor and the commissioners. And we need to be the front line of that so we can work with the EOC, the EOE, to move forward to get the things that we need done. So I'm challenging us or requesting that that's something we put on priority, that we sit down and do before hurricane season.
So how would that work now?
There's an ordinance that refers to, let me give you the number, because it's already in place, we're just not utilizing it, it appears. And if there is if there's already a plan in place, I would love to see it. I don't have it, I haven't heard anyone talk about it, but let me, hold on one second, I give you the ordinance code that we're referring to. And Mr. Spence, if you're familiar with that, that would help me out. I believe it's like 2 point, Hold on one second.
Take
We've
your
been
time.
writing all day, and I got away from my notes here.
So we have in our Chapter 2 of our code an emergency preparedness task force.
Yes.
So the Emergency Preparedness Task Force is a task force that the mayor is the chairperson of. It includes, it includes the mayor, the city manager, fire chief, a domestic preparedness and emergency management coordinator, the city commissioners, assistant city manager, department directors, and citizens, and is responsible for putting together actually the Fort Lauderdale Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan. And that's the plan that the city's emergency response team implements in the cases of emergency.
And so has that committee ever been convened? I never heard of this. This isn't new.
It's not new. So state statute does require the city to implement an emergency management plan, and
Right.
this is a component of our emergency management plan.
So we should probably do it in anticipation of our hurricane season. I've been on this commission for, a little time. I've never once been asked to participate in something like that. So this would be new to the commission. I don't ever remember being, but okay, to the vice mayor's point, I guess we should at least weigh in on, first of all, be informed about general practices and then weigh in on any potential best practices that may be recommended. So at some point, Mr. City Manager, if you can convene such a meeting.
Certainly, we can do that, and we can also, part of our emergency preparedness for hurricane season, do a tabletop and provide ample training for elected officials so that we are all engaged with you during any emergency response.
Okay, very good.
And also, if there is an existing plan in effect or available, if we all could have that, so we have a benchmark to know what's in place and where we need to go from there.
Absolutely, we will look for that and make sure you have it.
Okay.
And Mayor, that's it.
That's it.
I'm done for today.
Okay.
Can I respond to Vice Mayor for 1 second? Okay, when I was head of, I could cross this off my to-do list.
And then-
When I was head of CERT team, this is in 2004, I was tasked with doing a neighborhood disaster plan, and I have that, and I could share that with you. It's not comprehensive with the city, but it's how neighborhoods respond to disasters. And I'd be more than happy to share that with you, and that could be a starting point from one point aspect of that. Okay.
Thank you.
Pam, you are now mayor for the moment again.
He keeps moving away. Yes, okay. Glassman, Commissioner Glassman, you have the floor.
I never got the gavel. I pretended, well, you're lucky twice.
Well, we know how hard you tried, though, so that's okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor, Acting Mayor, appreciate it. Very quickly, lots of meetings. I wanted to thank the Flagler Village Civic Association for their meeting. Also, many people attended the virtual public meeting for the A1A Streetscape Improvement Project, and then we saw that again at the Central Beach Alliance meeting. I had the pleasure of speaking at the forum at Broward College, talking about the economic impact of public art and the arts in general in Fort Lauderdale. That was actually moderated by Jack Seiler, our soon-to-be mediator. So I wanted to thank everyone on that panel and the folks that showed up at 7:30 that morning for that. That day, I also had the pleasure of speaking to a group of students from the Solomon Leadership Program from the Downtown Jewish Center Chabad. It was an absolute pleasure to attend. I believe you were there also, Commissioner Sturman and the mayor at the Allied Kitchen and Bath Fleet Week reception, welcoming all these amazing folks, men and women who serve our country in an unbelievable fashion. And they were also thrilled to be in Fort Lauderdale for Fleet Week. Also attended the FDOT Sunrise Boulevard Bridge Project, a virtual meeting. Lots of stuff happening on Sunrise, that bridge project by the Intercoastal Bridge, and then also the Gateway project that's coming under design phase soon. And as you all know, we're almost wrapped up totally with the FDOT project around the corner by Searstown, where Sunrise and Federal meet. So lots of stuff happening there in terms of traffic. Also wanted to thank our Transportation and Mobility Department for all their work on all of these projects as well. That evening also on the 25th was the South Middle River Civic Association meeting. The next day, Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association. And it's always fun and a pleasure to speak at the Neighbor Leadership Academy. I wanted to thank Neighbor Support staff for that. Had the chance to meet with the new class. I believe it's the 12th class of the Neighbor Leadership Academy. That is an absolutely terrific program. Thursday the 27th was the Central Beach Alliance meeting. Also wanted to say congratulations and thank you to everyone that participated in Fort Lauderdale Cares Day. The air show, first day, no problem. Weather was a little iffy on Sunday, but we got that off a couple of hours late. Again, the crowd was very happy that that went off, and I've only heard positive things, not just from folks in terms of the show, but also the way that we handled traffic on A1A and then on the Barrier Island and off as well. Tomorrow, we have the Fort Lauderdale Fallen Officers Memorial Ceremony in Esplanade Park. Also tomorrow evening, Victoria Park Civic Association. Thursday, May 4th, I will be meeting with the Transportation and Mobility Department staff. We're going to have a virtual meeting for the Las Olas Mobility character areas of the aisles heading east from the Sospero Bridge. We'll be dealing with the east portion just to get everyone caught up to speed, show everyone where we are with that, and then what our next steps are in terms of funding and design. This Thursday also is the 4th annual Riverwalk Tribute. On Thursday, May 11th, I'll be speaking in the morning to the Downtown Development Authority. Before I just get into a couple of comments, I did want to just give it a shout out to our IT department and staff from the theater as well to put this all together for us today, to make sure that the public is able to view these meetings all day. This is not an easy task, and I can only imagine the work that went into this, getting this up and running. So thank you to the city manager, his staff, but especially IT for everything that was done to get us to this point today. Thank you so much. I also want to thank Amber from the city manager's office for all of the assistance in moving us over from City Hall offices to the 101 building. Thank you. So greatly, greatly appreciated. Very quickly tonight during the moment of silence, I'm hoping that some folks will think about some people that we lost in our city this week. We did lose from the Floridian, everyone knows that, Butch Samp. And we also lost another pioneer in our city, Marilyn Ireland Marcos from Ireland's Inn on the Barrier Island. She and her husband Jack actually started that business, that hotel, that iconic spot on the beach. And then she went on to also work for Intercoastal Realty. But she's been a pioneer for a long time and passed away at 94. So, Mayor, if we can maybe think of, Frank Butch Samp and also Marilyn tonight when we do the moment of silence. Thank you for that. Lastly, I did want to talk about the fact that today is the second day of National Historic Preservation Month. It's kind of ironic because there are these bills that are making their way through Tallahassee that would sort of decimate those programs around the state and really put historic structures at risk. I'll be following that. I'll plan on giving some thoughts to some of the other legislation after session ends this week. But that's unfortunate that those bills are making their way through Tallahassee. And again, I think would harm not just our program, but programs throughout the state. Very quickly, because I think that this impacts many of our constituents, especially my constituents in District 2. And I've been hearing about this from folks that feel very threatened. We talk about public safety, and we talked about that a lot today. We talked about it in terms of our police and fire. But there are other safety issues. People need to feel safe in their city. They need to feel safe in their state. Many of our constituents are not feeling so safe. And I hear about this repeatedly with the laws that are being passed in Tallahassee. And alerts are going out, and people feel very, very nervous. I actually had that conversation with some folks this morning in the gym in my building, people that are thinking of leaving our state and our city, obviously. I will let you know, and I'm not going to get into all of this legislation, and I'll talk about it at our next meeting, but there's actually a bill, Senate Bill 1580, called Protections of Medical Conscience. It sounds harmless, but I want you to know what it does. It actually gives physicians and health insurance companies the ability to deny health care, to deny medical coverage to folks who happen to be LGBTQ. Thank you, Mr. Powell. You also made a misstatement about the trees on Las Olas. Mayor, can you let the public know that, the bill would establish the rights of conscience for healthcare providers and payers. The legislative intent is obvious. I don't think that any other group has ever been singled out to be able to be denied healthcare based on a physician's, quote, medical conscience, or an insurance company's medical conscience. Why is that just happening with the LGBT community? I think that's offensive, and I think it's dangerous, and we'll see. And I can't even imagine substituting any other community in our city with regards to those kinds of laws. So I just wanted to mention that as something that's happening. I also wanted to ask staff, city manager, the governor signed into legislation today, yes, I believe it was today, the ability to make sure that local governments, such as ours, and the state are not investing in what's considered ESG, environmental, social, and governance standards. Many reports throughout other states show that this is a real money loser for municipalities and other governmental agencies when they are not free to invest in a capitalist society the way they choose to invest, but are told that they cannot invest in just certain companies. So does this affect us at all, City Manager? Do we have investments that are based on ESG, environmental, social, and governance standards?
I will have to research that and get back to you.
Okay.
And actually, I'm being told by staff right now, they're saying no.
Okay. Well, that's...
if they can come up and explain.
No, that's good to know, because this new law says that local governments and the state are not able to invest in accounts that deal in any way with climate change, diversity factors, things like that. It's commonly known as ESG. And there are many states, actually southern states as well, that have found that this is a money loser for the state. So while they're making their way up, that's pretty much it. I will go through what I consider to be laws that have been detrimental to our city, that have been passed in Tallahassee and have been signed into law, and that will run the gamut of everything from education to women's reproductive rights. I will mention that, sometimes people look at things and issues like women's reproductive rights and the new 6-week abortion law, and they just look at it with those blinders on that, oh, that's just an item about women's reproductive rights. But if you start reading the stories that are happening now, it really is, it's spilling over into so many other areas. College students that have been polled recently, both folks that are deciding on colleges, folks that are already in colleges and thinking about maybe leaving their colleges, they're looking at issues like that. So it's actually not just that issue alone. It has ramifications in so many ways. And I think all of the education bills that have been passed in our state will be hurtful to our education system. I feel that the edicts that are coming out of the office of the Surgeon General, Lauderdale, are hurtful to our community and will impact our safety. I feel that the abortion law, and I feel that so many, and I'll get into that in detail. But thank you. If you can just explain that we're not going to be harmed, or that we're not going to be able to invest the way we feel fit to invest for our city.
Got it. Susan Grant again, with Linda Short. So neither of our pension boards, GERS or the police and fire, nor the city in our investment policy have adopted ESG. However, we agree that we should not have, any kind of investments excluded. So while just the ESG piece wouldn't really impact us, the board should have the ability and the city should have the ability to invest, in what we think is the best.
Well, you would think that that's the American way, and we would be free, and that we would be democratic, and that we would be living in a capitalist system where we would be able to invest as we see fit to make money. So that makes sense. And then lastly, Mayor, I will just say that in light of everything else we're seeing in terms of safety, and we've been talking about public safety today, you do know that the Florida House did okay lowering the rifle buying age to 18. It was raised to 21 after we went through Parkland. That was a big issue, but now we're lowering it to 18 so that folks younger can buy rifles and other long guns. Again, I think this flies in the face of what we're trying to do in terms of public safety, and especially with regards to what we're seeing happening in current events all across our nation. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. For those of you who may have noticed, we're running past the 6 p.m. Commencement time for our evening meeting. This afternoon meeting will probably last probably another 20 to 30 minutes, so we probably won't get to our evening meeting before 7 p.m. So I just wanted to bring that to anyone's attention who's here specifically for that meeting, that there will be a delay in the beginning of it. Dr. Sherman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We all saw that presentation from Mr. Dowd about the structural and monetary response to the flooding, but let me just talk about the human response in a minute. Now, I'm going to be pretty brief. Mr. City Manager, if you want to stand up for a second, Chief Golan, Chief Lynn. In the first few hours, you could wave, you don't have to stand up, but just give a quick wave so they could recognize you. I think in the first few hours and that first night, I think it was over 600 people rescued. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Over 600 people rescued. By 5 a.m., Red Cross had already set up a reunification site, and within an hour, we had identified Holiday Park, and before noon, already people were being fed and taken care of. There should have been deaths in this storm, and I just salute the city manager and the police and fire chief. You guys did an outstanding job. That didn't show up in Alan's report, but I want to thank you guys. As usual, here's my very brief and attenuated flood update. And again, Mr. City Manager, if I make a mistake, please just chime in. Comfort stations in both areas have been scaled back a bit. The one in Edgewood is now at Floyd Hall Stadium. The hours are down to noon to 6 p.m. It starts at noon. All they're giving is water over there. Donations that we are collecting, we're going to be giving out also at Floyd Hall Stadium. And tetanus probably for the next several days, and that will probably scale back. If you want to put the slide up, Mr. City Clerk. Okay. But I could show this. I don't know if you could see this. Probably can't. Anybody, the need is still out there. There's still people that are in dire straits. We're still helping coordinate. It's going through the United Way. And anybody who wants to volunteer, one site, I said it earlier today, fortlauderdale.gov/flood volunteer. Once again, it's fortlauderdale.gov/flood volunteer. That goes right to the United Way. You'll have plenty of opportunities to volunteer in several capacities, be it with Samaritan's Purse, with the Salvation Army, or with logistics, or with United Way. It will all be available. Anybody who wants to actually go there with a hammer or nail, you go spvolunteer.org. Samaritan's Purse is still going out there on a regular basis and has identified over 275 homes that still need help pulling out furniture, carpeting, drywall, and treating for mold. If you don't want to go, you can just show up at First Baptist Church. He's at 7:30 in the morning, or 12 at noon, and they go through a brief orientation. They will pair you with a skilled worker with tools and equipment to go helping individuals. And donations are still being accepted at the Salvation Army just east of 95. Non-perishable food, clothing, particularly shoes, cleaning supplies, personal hygiene, toilet paper and whatnot, baby formula, diapers, pet food. Couple other things. Bug spraying is going to be commencing again in the hard-hit areas. We've expanded it not only from Edgewood, but River Oaks, and Pamela has added a few of the neighborhoods in there, so that should be going through the county. Donations, and this Saturday, we're going to probably have one last big volunteer effort starting at 10 o'clock. If people register, great. If not, just show up at Floyd Hall Stadium. We're going to be going and helping individuals with donations and whatever we could do one last Saturday starting at 10 o'clock. Moving on from flood, now it's time for us to talk about other things. I will be rescheduling the town hall meeting that we had scheduled regarding Las Olas mobility. We had a little bit of rain that day, I think, that sort of put it off, but we will, sometime towards the end of the month, we'll set the date up. We will reschedule that. I just two more things. You probably know that Ryan is moving on to greener pastures. No, he didn't die. He's going to be going to, he's joining Chris Lagerbroom in north of Atlanta. His last day is tomorrow. I want to thank Ryan. He's done a fantastic job. When I came in, he had the office organized. During the flood, he was out there door to door helping people, worked tirelessly. He's a great asset to this community, and he will be missed. I want to thank Renee. She has stepped up big time, and Renee is going to be staying on with me. And we are going to be replacing Ryan. We're going to make an official announcement tomorrow, but we will be picking a replacement for Ryan. We're looking forward to it. And that's the end of my report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Ryan will be missed. He was a great asset to the commission offices. So just a few things I wanted to bring out to people's attention. For those of you who are unaware, our sister city, Duisburg, Germany, had representatives here last week to visit us to discuss issues regarding change, resilience, and infrastructure. I want to thank Daphne Sanville for hosting that meeting. They were here for 4 days and left very pleased, having learned a lot, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, for helping to facilitate that visit. Also, in reference to resiliency and climate change, I participated in a forum with Vice President Kamala Harris last week. She was in Miami at the University of Miami Oceanographic Institute in Key Biscayne. Very well attended, and an honor to be able to participate in that event with the Vice President. I want to thank everyone in our community who played such magnificent hosts and hostesses to our men and women in uniform who were here last week for Fleet Week. I can't tell you how many compliments we received at the hospitality, the level of hospitality, the enormity of generosity that we showed and continue to show year after year. The commander of the submarine, who I met at the opening party at Allied Kitchen and Bath, and again, thank you, Feinberg Brothers, for hosting that. They say they love coming to Fort Lauderdale. It's the best of all the Fleet Weeks that they participate in throughout the country. Fort Lauderdale is definitely number one on everybody's list. So, and I hear that year after year, so it must be true. So thank you, everybody in the community. Thank you, commissioners who participated in that, and I think that it makes me feel good that we're able to assist our men and women in the armed forces in having a little bit of a respite from their regular duties. As Commissioner Glassman indicated, the air show went on, and without a hitch, except Sunday was a little delayed because of the storms. But we're a resilient community, and we bounced back, and the show went on after the storms went away. So that was another great event. Tens of thousands of people appeared, and it was a great family fun event. I went on Saturday for a few hours, and everyone seemed to be having a great time. Just a couple things. Tomorrow, invite members of the commission to and the public to participate with me at the FOP Fallen Officer Memorial commemoration. That's at 1 p.m. at Esplanade Park. It's something we do annually, and I think weather permitting, the weather should be pretty good, so hopefully we all can participate in this event. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to recognize those members of our police department who have given up their lives in protecting our communities. So just a couple of things now. First of all, Daphne Sandville sent an email to our city staff, and I'm asked to pass this out to each and every one of us. Apparently, vacation rentals is back on the agenda of the legislature. It seems that they really want to just take away most of our ability to enforce vacation rentals. There was a watered-down bill that was passing through the House, and then all of a sudden, Representative Duggan, from wherever he represents, stepped forward, and at the bottom of this email, you'll see the proposed changes. They include removing our ability to enforce vacation rentals. All enforcement must go through the Department of Business and Professional Regulation, which probably has a staff of 3 people. We aren't allowed to require a property manager or designee unless that has to be there or available 24/7 unless the registrant has 5 or more properties. And it goes on and on and on. We're not allowed to enforce our fire and building codes and so forth and so on. I would like the commission to authorize me to send a letter to the governor to veto this bill if it should contain these provisions. We're not going to meet between now and the time that this bill would probably land on his desk. He's back in town, isn't he? I think he's back in town, right? He is back in town, right? Okay. So, you know, I know it's last minute, and I know we should certainly give ourselves some time to think about it, and maybe by the end of the meeting tonight, we could, I'll bring the subject up again, but I would like us to consider that we collectively ask the governor not to agree to this. Otherwise, we're going to have our hands completely tied in being able to regulate the vacation rental business here in our city. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the trip I took to DC last week. What was happening was that we were finding that we had a lot of hoops to jump through in order to get money to our people. In order for FEMA to recognize us as a major disaster area and to then request the President of the United States to sign the letter so designated Fort Lauderdale as a major disaster area. The governor, first of all, the county had to send the request to the governor's office, which it did. The governor then, in turn, sent the letter to the president. The president had to first secure sufficient data to determine whether or not we had enough damage to justify their involvement. I want to thank our city staff that worked closely with the state agencies to document that data, because that was very, very important. I know our EOC was taking pictures, going door to door, house to house, and the state CFO himself came down here and witnessed the amount of damage, and that, I believe, is what encouraged the governor to expedite the letter to the president, which the president did sign. Now, we went there to meet with White House officials to specifically encourage them to get the president to sign, and luckily that night, as we left, the president did sign that letter. So we're very thankful that FEMA is now on the ground and assessing damage and giving money out. I believe at the press conference today, the FEMA representative, Mr. John Mills, indicated that money is available as soon as this week. Hopefully, people will be receiving direct deposits. But having said that, I think that we can do more. And I I've been thinking about what is it that the city can do. One of the things I was recommending, or would like to recommend to the City Commission, is to think about how we could supplement FEMA assistance, because I think it's been indicated that FEMA is not going to cover 100%. So if a person does not have insurance, and if a person, and that means either flood insurance or homeowners insurance or any kind of insurance that's going to cover them 100%, FEMA said they're just going to give enough money to put people back on their feet. They're not going to be there for full recovery. So in terms of lodging, where people have been displaced, in terms of trying to, buy a sofa or a chair to come and put themselves back in their home, to be able to live there, to replace flooring, to do the things that FEMA is not going to do. I would like to entertain some sort of discussion to whether this commission feels it appropriate or necessary to augment the efforts of FEMA, and whether or not the city's in a position to do so. If the commission does decide to go forward, I would recommend that the commission ask city staff to come up with appropriate criteria to determine who is eligible and who is not, and to certainly verify whether or not anything the city would give would in any way trigger a clawback from FEMA, because we certainly don't want that to happen. So I open the floor to whomever wants to discuss this, but that's the last item on my reports, and hopefully we can have a healthy discussion on what actions we should take going forward. So let us begin. Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts on this?
I would like to know legally what we're able to do before we go into a discussion about what we would like to do. Right. So if Dwayne could...
Mr. Spence, do you have any thoughts on what we can legally do?
So there is a provision of the state constitution that limits the what you can do with regards to extending or the credit of the government body to corporations, associations, partnerships, and persons. There needs to be a finding of a clear public purpose, and it can't be a straight subsidy for those private individuals. As the thoughts develop with this program, there needs to be a little bit more embedded in it in order for it to pass muster with regards to its constitutionality.
So
here's a thought.
Wait a minute. Let me just see if I
Go ahead,
understood
Dean.
you correctly. So a direct subsidy is not available to us then? It has to be. I didn't quite understand that.
Right. So there has to be a determination of a public purpose.
Right.
And the second prong is that there has to be some kind of return for the expenditure. The government entity needs to receive consideration that is not inequitable or unreasonable.
What kind of consideration would we be looking for? Like what in return would we be expecting from a homeowner if money was given to them? Or are you saying that this is a situation where consideration could not be given and therefore the program can't be established?
What I'm saying is that it's not, I don't have sufficient enough information to make that determination on this program.
Okay. All right. You have any other questions, Vice Mayor?
With your suggestion, Mayor, what direction were you going in? What did you want to see? So
again, we heard today from people, and we've been hearing it, day after day, that trying to recover from this terrible storm has left a lot of people without resources to be able to get themselves back on their feet. FEMA is definitely going to be there to help some people. And certainly if someone is insured, we're not looking to allow them to double dip. But for those that were uninsured, for those that are in need, for those that were displaced from their homes, and those who don't have the resources to recover, I just thought that the city should think about trying to augment any resources that FEMA might otherwise apply. First of all, there was a determination by FEMA as to whether or not someone was seriously damaged or not seriously damaged. So certainly is the category of people who are seriously damaged that we could start with. And if a person, say, has, $50,000 worth of damage, and FEMA says, well, I can give you 15 because that'll get you up on your feet and get yourself back in your house, yet they still suffered a significant amount of additional damage, I felt that the city, in good faith, should be able to help homeowners who are really hurting right now to add to that amount that they're receiving to just get them back on their feet. That's all.
So, I'm hearing that you want to suggest that we financially support them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
and what
financial
amount?
support. Well, up to $5,000.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have at this point.
Okay. Commissioner Herbst.
So I have a number of comments and concerns as it relates to this. The first one, and this goes back to the conversation with Dwayne, is about the legality of it in the first place. I'm concerned that I don't believe it's legal for us to do. Second issue, and this assumes it is legal, is how we would go about doing this. So one of the things that we've learned is every time government tries to set up a new program, it typically runs into a number of roadblocks. So some of the things I could think of is, and I think you touched on them, eligibility. Is this going to be restricted by neighborhood? Is this Edgewood and Melrose Park, or is it available to anybody throughout the city? Is it homeowners? Is it renters? If it's a renter that's been evicted and no longer lives in the city, are they eligible? Is it available to somebody whose car was totaled out on Broward Boulevard, but maybe not a resident of the city? So administratively, this is going to get exceptionally complicated very quickly, and this is not something that we're going to be able to turn around and get checks into anybody's hands anytime soon. This will take minimum months to be able to do this. I'm just telling you from a practical perspective, we saw this whenever we've had any kind of an emergency program that we've never done before. It gets bogged down in details, and I can promise you, starting something like this from scratch with absolutely no guidelines to work from, even if it's legal, is going to prove highly problematic, difficult for staff to administer. There's an audit question of how we go out there and verify people's income if you're going to make this income-based. There are so many problems associated with this. In my past, I used to run two programs that dealt with eligibility. One had to do with housing, the other had to do with children's services. And I can assure you, based on that experience, that verifying financial eligibility for any of these programs is incredibly difficult to do. And so I caution you that while your intentions, I think, are good, I think again, bureaucratic implications of what you're hoping to accomplish are going to overwhelm any good that the program can do.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Glassman?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to go back to something we hadn't discussed, but I'm all in favor of you sending a letter about the vacation rentals. It's something that we hear about a lot. I hear about it a lot in District 2. So I'm all in favor of you urging the governor to veto that if it does get to his desk. Secondly, with regards to the 5,000, just quick math tells me that might be around $4.5 to $5 million. I'm not sure where that would come from. I do share some of the same concerns about the legality after hearing from Mr. Spence. But I'm going to also tell you what bothers me about this discussion we're having, and I always bring this up. I really am very much a process person. This is an important topic. It should have been scheduled as an agenda item so that people could have had a chance to talk to us. We could have heard some
Well, it's
input.
kind of late. I mean,
I know. Well,
the agenda was already prepared.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I'm just saying, I just have a difficulty when we get involved in these very intricate discussions on topics of importance that the public has no clue that we're going to be discussing. I just think that it's a matter of transparency, and I think it's a matter of publicly noticing something for everyone to understand and see. So those are my concerns. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Sturman.
First of all, I agree with Steve on the first point, that I support that letter to the governor. I think that we're all going to support that. On the second item, I applaud you for your thought. The issue with clawback concerns me, and legality, number two. But if you look at it from a community perspective, I think there are people who are at risk of actually being homeless that have never been homeless before. And when that happens, it becomes even more of a burden on us. So, I mean, if there's something that we could do, even if it's not direct payment, but something that could keep people in their homes and just keep them over the edge, that's something to think about. Like John said, though, the devil's in the details.
If I can chime in on that, because I think that might be a mechanism that we can look at. I know we've had programs in the past where we've had, homeless assistance programs. Typically, that's been funded with HUD money, CDBG and things like that. But I'm wondering if we can perhaps use a mechanism like that where if somebody is facing eviction, that we might be able to assist them with first month and last month rent. Again, I don't want to make this a broad program of anybody who suffered any damage, but maybe somebody like that who is on the verge of homelessness. Because the last thing we want to do is add to the homeless crisis that we experience in all of South Florida, not just here locally. I mean, we don't want people, because of some catastrophic, weather event, to find themselves out on the street. That may be a mechanism that we can put funds into where there are guidelines. So I would urge the city manager to take a look at that and see if that might be a mechanism for accomplishing what it is that we're talking about.
All right, so to that extent, I don't know how immediate we're going to be able to inject ourselves into the process, because if we're talking about analyzing it and coming up with a program and all that, I mean, people are homeless now. There are dozens of people in the city that are basically homeless. They're living with friends, they're living with relatives, they're living on the street. I don't know how you want to gauge the definition of homelessness. The question is, how do people get back into their homes? A lot of these homes are not habitable right now. They've been waterlogged, and there's mold starting to grow in them. So, hey, look, I just put it out there thinking we might be able to, as a community, come together and help these folks. If it gets bogged down in red tape and bureaucracy, then, let's just skip it, because we're not getting ourselves anywhere by just coming up with every reason to not do it. We should try to find reasons to do it. So, but it doesn't sound like there's a tremendous appetite here to move forward on it, especially since even if you take it from the homeless perspective, people are homeless now. So how long is it going to take us to come up with money to help them get back off the street or out of someone else's home? That could take weeks, if not months, and by then I would imagine people have come up with some solution to their situation. But it doesn't seem like, at least from what Dwayne says, it doesn't seem like we're even legally able to do something like this. I thought there might be a path forward to try to figure out a way to help these folks. But maybe going forward, we should think about how we can, as a municipality, help people out without having to, think about hurdles that we have to get through. Let's try to come up with a path that makes it easier in the future, because this is not going to be the first, weather event that's going to displace people, and we should certainly have something in place, I would think, going forward. But okay. That being said, we've covered just about everything else. There's something here called the Southeast Climate Action Pledge. The county is asking the city to be a signatory on the Southeast Climate Action Pledge. It's a commission decision, it's not my decision, and the purpose of it is to collaborate with local governments and tribal governments to address it. I think it's just a pledge to advance strategic climate adaptation and mitigation efforts through shared implementation. Sounds pretty innocuous. Does anyone have any objection to my signing on to this?
Is there a timeline? Because I'd like to just read it or see it, or, I mean.
I don't know the answer to your question, but if you don't want to do anything now, then maybe I'll bring it up at the next meeting.
Well, maybe if we can all get a copy of that and then discuss it on May 16th, and if there's no urgency.
I don't know if there's any, I don't think there's any urgency, but I'll get it to everybody.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. City Manager, you have a report?
Yes, just a few things, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners. So there is an executive session taking place on May 9th from 3:30 to 5:30. We want to continue our discussions with the union contracts, and looking forward to that. Also, there was a request to do a joint session with the Marine Advisory Board. Every meeting except May 16th has a joint advisory board meeting with you all until your break.
May 16th?
Until the break. So we are proposing May 16th if you're okay with that. All right.
So we're talking like at 11:30 or?
11:30.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so every meeting till the break, you all have a
Really?
joint meeting.
We're getting too chummy with these advisory boards.
Right. And then the other thing is we're going to bring back an updated design of the Lockhart Park. AECOM should be able to present it on May 16th. That was a question that came out from the discussion earlier. We're also looking at bringing the emergency management training soon, and we'll coordinate with your staff to have that training so that you all have that in sometime in late May or early June. And that concludes my comments.
Mr. City Attorney, do you have any comments or reports?
No, ma'am. No.
There are none. Okay, there being none, this meeting is now concluded. Now we should go into the CRA meeting if we could. That should be fairly quick. Sorry, folks, if you're here for the evening meeting. I didn't hear what he said, but I'm sure. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst. Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman.
Present.
Commissioner Sturman.
Here.
Chair Trentalis.
Here. Moving on to the agenda, M1, motion approving minutes for April 18th, 2023 of the Community Redevelopment Agency Board. Do I hear a motion to approve? So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman.
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst. Yes. Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and M1 is now approved. Mr. City Manager, did you want to comment on R1?
So for R1, we are going to be asking for that to be removed and considered for the future meeting.
Okay. So do we have to vote on that, Mr. Spence, or is that just done?
No, the manager can pull it and.
Okay. R2, resolution delegating authority to the executive director to approve awards for qualified applicants and to execute any and all documents relating to Central City residential facade and landscaping program for the Central City area.
Introduced.
Introduced. Any questions? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency delegating authority to the Executive Director to approve awards for qualified applicants relating to the Central City residential facade and landscaping program, delegating authority to the Executive Director to execute any and all agreements relating to such awards and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman.
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst. Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and R2 is approved. R3, resolution authorizing a budget amendment, reappropriate $20,000 for the Northeast 4th Avenue Complete Street Project.
Mayor, I have a comment.
Okay.
Thanks. I would just like, it doesn't have to be today, but in the future, and especially for all of us that might be a little bit newer on the commission, I would just love a report on this project. This Northeast 4th Avenue Complete Street Project has been kicking around for about 6 years now. and we're still authorizing some funding for it. Right now, we're doing that. So maybe in the future, if we could get a little bit of a status update on this, let us know what has happened, what improvements we've seen, what still needs to happen. I think it would be just really beneficial for us to get a little update on this project now that it's into its 6th year.
Well, there is a backup here which talks a little bit about the questions that you ask. It said, but we can get more detail.
Yes, that'd be great. Just a little refresher.
Okay, did you introduce the resolution?
I'd be happy to.
Resolution's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving a budget amendment and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
No.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes. Is there any further business of the CRA? There being none, this meeting's adjourned. Let's reconvene at 7:15.
Okay.